gate. In other words, their options would be far limited. However, Israelis are very pissed off. They are very pissed off. The intent, look, there were things over Jerusalem, right over the mosques and right over the Jewish holy sites. People are pissed off. There's a lot of political capital, like the government in Israel has a lot of political capital right now, with right across the board. Even though the majority of Israelis don't like their prime minister, they're not talking about that right now. Well, they're talking about how do we make sure the Iranians don't think they can do this and get away with it. So I'm definitely confident there will be a
Well, if
response,
they can,
and I think that
if they can just find a proportionate response that goes directly to the capability to make or launch ballistic missiles, because I agree with you, the Shaheeds are a joke. The cruise missiles are, not that big a deal, but maybe cruise missiles.
cruising.
But this is why Israel should be absolutely outraged, and I am, frankly, as an international person. Iran is launching short-range ballistic missiles from its territory into a neighboring country.
Medium, to be honest.
It's beyond the pale. It can't be accepted. So something has to happen, but I don't know what. And I agree with you. I think they need to find something that's proportionate, because it requires a response. But the response could be, based on the damage they've received, to point and laugh at how ineffectual Iran is, because that alone is doing Iran damage. I think the ineffectiveness of this attack.
Yeah, 100%. And another caveat: the Iranian media was leaked all sorts of nonsense, hypersonic missiles fired. Like, oh my goodness, the end of Israel. And meanwhile, they've done absolutely nothing. It's shocking. It's comical. It's very much Iraqi Minister of Information level nonsense, right? Like, oh, we are destroying the Americans. They're running. And meanwhile, Iran did. I mean, it's just it's actually it's cringeworthy for Iran that they thought that this would do a thing.
But now that I think of it, I do like the idea of a proportionate response. If Israel could find a way to target the new manufacturing of short-range ballistic missiles, Russia is currently writing contracts right now. They haven't received delivery yet, but Russia is definitely going to get ballistic missiles from Iran unless Iran can't afford to give any up. So Israel could do a real favor to Ukraine by hitting ballistic missile manufacturing capability. Just saying.
Yep, very true.
I know, isn't it shitty how I always just want to talk about Ukraine?
Nope, it's kind of the point of the space, I
guess. Daniel, go ahead.
It's interesting how Israel must manifest prudence and Romania must be going gun blazing. No. And also, another one. If there were NATO troops in Ukraine, Russia didn't invade. If there were Americans, I love how people talk about things they don't know. 2008 invasion, second invasion of Georgia. Russian troops going with their tanks 2 kilometers away from an American base with American soldiers, and the invasion go to Tsimvali, to go to Batumi. Did the Americans stop the Russian tanks? No. So let's go back to Ukrainians. Back to the real topic. I don't need to be worried about Israel facing Hezbollah, Iranians, Houthis. I don't need it. I saw the frigates. I saw the destroyers there. I saw a lot of assets, aircraft carriers. I'm not worried for them. The discussion, which is plain and clear, crystal clear, where is the double standard? Because every time when our enemies criticize us, Russians, Chinese, Arabs, Always they talk about double standards. Where is the outrage when every day a family lose their home, lose their life, lose their limbs? Where is the outrage when aerial bombs of 1 ton, 2 tons, 3 tons fall on Kharkiv, leave that people without electricity, without water? Where is that fucking outrage? Every time when I see Iron Dome succeeding, and all agree, geographical thing is different, but don't talk me about American assets in the Persian Gulf. It's not about that. I have ages ashore here in Romania. It's not about that. It's that about commission in House of Representatives where a government person say, we don't approve strikes on Russian refineries. That is it. The approach, which is outrageous, inexcusable. How you can say, you Europeans do that shit, and you say, I don't approve the strikes on oil refineries. They are civilian targets. Just that guy from GOP owned that lady. And is inexcusable. Don't tell me about Polish planes or Romanian planes going hunting for Shaheds above Odessa. It's about Ukraine being stopped using their drones to strike inside Russia. That is it. And there are two approaches for two wars which are interconnected. But we are a great ally to Israel and Ukraine. They don't have shells. What we can do is a problem in House of Representatives. And this pissed me off, pissed Ukrainians off. Then every time when an American will be very sad because I am so critic, I see these things. These are not things you can say didn't happen. I can see it. And there's no justification. 4 American bases are in Romania. Did I need to tell you how fortified Poland is? Why is the different approach? I don't know.
Okay. So just for clarity, Daniel, I actually don't think Romania and Poland flying their own air missions is a thing that'll happen. But I'm always just going to have to push back on the reality. As we've just said, the geography is different, and there are U.S. bases east of Israel, not east of Ukraine. So that's a fact. It's not my opinion. It doesn't mean Ukraine isn't being screwed over. None of these things are related in that sense, right? So we've always said from the beginning, especially in this space, that slow rolling support for Ukraine would be the worst thing America could do, not just for America, but for Ukraine especially. So the fact that people are being killed daily by Russia doesn't change the fact that for 30 years the Americans have had probably the most sophisticated air defense system on the planet sitting in the Middle East, right? So that's why now again, Israel did most of the heavy lifting. It destroyed most of the targets. There were a handful of the targets destroyed by allied things. They just don't have the Air Force Israel does. All right. So we're talking a quartet here, 4 planes here versus, 1,000 Israeli Air Force planes. So it's a different situation. So you said, why are there different approaches? And I thought you were going to finish the sentence by saying for 2 totally different regions of the world. Well, that's the answer. So the only silver lining on a cloud, I would say, is that this could be a catalyst to reinvigorate support for Ukraine. And you can't gloss over the fact that Israel is, 250 miles by 50 miles at its widest. It's very small. It's like saying all the billions of dollars given to Ukraine wasn't used to defend all of Ukraine. It was used to defend a third of Kiev Oblast. How much easier would it be to stop things from attacking a third of Kiev Oblast? It would be much easier because that's the size of Israel. So we can't ignore the fact that it's far easier for Israel and a handful of allies to defend Israel than it is to defend Ukraine. Now, that doesn't change anything about Ukraine needing everything, right? It doesn't change anything about Ukraine needing everything to stop this genocide. So I'm not sure if that's misdirected anger. I don't understand the comment, to be honest with you. You can't say there are 4 bases in Romania. It's on the wrong side of the country then, right? You need it on the other side. So if things were flying over a US base, I can promise you Americans would shoot it down. Full stop. And that's the situation you have in the Middle East. You've got rings of bases in Eastern Jordan, in Saudi Arabia, in Syria, in Iraq, in Kuwait. You've got a lot of assets there, and the Americans will look at that as attacks on themselves. So I don't want to go back and forth with it, but I definitely appreciate the anger and the pain that everyone who loves Ukraine feels about it. But I just think we need to be mindful of the actual strategic and geographical realities of the Middle East. I don't know if you wanted to add anything, Will.
No,
Because you're the one who said the Romanians should get in there.
No, Nick, you go ahead. Nick, what?
Thank you, guys. Thank you for the conversation. I spoke last Friday, if anyone was here listening, and I'm probably going to echo, though, a similar type of a response that I had on Friday, and that is that looking at today's news and in context with how the West as a conglomerate treats Ukraine is, and I take Yehuda's points up to a point, but it's essentially moral and political cowardice, drip-fed aid to Ukraine, military aid, which has, I don't think it's hyperbolic to say that particularly the US aid initially in 2022 probably saved Ukraine from falling. But now the lack of US aid in particular, and Europe is stepping up as it rightly should do. And this is part of a much wider conversation in terms of the European-US relationship going forward. I think this is going to be the catalyst for a genuine European army, as elements of Europe probably look at the US and see them as unreliable allies. And I take into account previous under Trump, and I'm no Trump supporter, but I firmly agreed with him with regards to contributions of European countries to NATO budgets. And he was utterly right that many European countries needed to have stepped up more. But I'm moving off my essential point, which is it's moral and political cowardice that the West as a whole has towards Ukraine. There was a Russian missile that flew into Polish airspace a couple of weeks ago on its way to Lviv Oblast. The Poles knew about it. The Poles spoke about it, and the Poles did nothing. Now, where there is an absolute will, there is an absolute way. And we could have stopped this as the cooperative West, but for whatever reason, and I'm dumbfounded as to what that reason is, other than concern over Russian escalation. But we're at a tipping point. Ukraine will lose if it carries on with the lack of support from the West. As it currently stands, heavens above, I mean, I was beside joy and despair yesterday when I saw that Germany, who I think now is the leading military aid supplier to Ukraine, full stop, when they gave another Patriot missile system. Ukraine is having to virtually beg for these systems. And just where the hell is Europe and the US with the other patriots that are available, just simply not delivering them, not now, but a year ago, 2 years ago. Now, one thing that I pick up with regards to my understanding of Ukrainians, which is anecdotal, but people who know me, know my work, and know my knowledge of speaking to lots of Ukrainians, the prevailing mood now has moved from frustration at Western inaction. There's always prevailing gratitude, never get me wrong, but there's been frustration for a long time at the lack of military aid from the West. And that is now turning to anger. And it's justifiable anger. I share that anger. And you know what's happening as a result of that lack of military support that is understandably manifesting in Ukrainian anger that they have to live under skies filled with air attacks. If any of you don't have the Ukrainian Air Alert app on your phones, put it on, download it, set it to a region. My region is set to Kharkiv Oblast. I have friends there. And you will see, and keep the sound on your phones, as you will be told every time there is an air alert. And I see it happening 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times a day. And the result of this inaction manifesting in Ukrainian anger will be exploited by Russia through soft power. They will see, they understand the anger. This is playing into their hands, and they will help manifest, promote, and create distrust and anger between Ukraine and the West. And it's the West's fault, because we could do, and we are choosing not to. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Nick.
Well,
Those are all good points. Go ahead, Prince.
yeah, just real quick. Thank you very much, Nick. And you're right about the Air Alert app. And I just put a link to where you can download it for Android or iPhone into the Nest. I am a little wimpy. I have mine set to Lviv 24 hours a day. It wakes me up if I am asleep. It goes off no matter what I'm doing. And yeah, but I'll do that while I'm asleep, but I'll also add a second region while I'm awake often. And to hear that air raid alert go off, and I sit and I think every single time, I thank God that I am in a place where I don't have to make the decision right at that moment if I'm going to wake my children up and go down to a bomb shelter. I can just roll over and go back to sleep. So just it's a thought. Go ahead and put that on your phone and live with it and realize what Ukrainians go through every single day. Sorry, Will, go ahead.
Oh, no, that's fine. Jenny, you're next.
So I don't remember my original reason for coming up. It might have been a smart ass comment like, do we need to ask Japan to attack Pearl Harbor to get you guys into the fight in Europe again? Or it may have been like a gazillion other things. I'm really, really happy that the UK and the US responded so fast and so quickly to aid Ukraine. I wish that all of Europe responded, and the US and Canada, and then anybody else who wants to would do the same for Ukraine. It is enormously frustrating to sit and listen, not here, but in a different time in a different place. I had to sit and listen to, and this is so unfair because you're not supposed to pit two shitty things against each other and have a discussion, an oppressions Olympics, because that is not what it is. But to sit and listen to mostly Americans complain and be horrified over the fact that women were raped and killed in Israel when that happens on the daily in Ukraine. And at that place, because I was not constrained by the swear jar, I went off. I really did. Because I want to see the same outrage for both places. I am smart enough to be outraged about two places at the same time. In fact, I think I can be outraged about like 5, 10 places at the same time. And I can fight just as hard for all of them because I'm that angry of a small person so that I can be. But I'm super, super happy to see the fast and swift response from both the United Kingdom and the United States of America. Can we rally this kind of thing here in Europe and not just have the countries that are like bordering Russia give up all of their armaments, because that will just make it easier for Russia to walk in if we fail Ukraine horribly. Then there will be a massive war here in Europe. And I, for one, would kind of want to avoid that because I will go off on in real life, and I will, because I have connections within the Swedish military, so I'll just hit them up and I will go to the front lines and I will go on a one-way mission because I have no plans on coming back. But I have kids. I would prefer not to. It's easier for me to keep my country safe than to, by arming Ukraine with everything that they ask for and then doubling it. But Sweden can't do it alone. We need more people, more countries. Thank you.
Thanks, Jenny. Karen, go ahead.
Well, I have the same thing to say. In the respect that I am glad that we were able to do for Israel what we were able to do, and that there were no lives lost. And but again, while we have the moral obligation to help Israel due to our relationship of decades and due to our troops in the area, I don't think we can continue to ignore Ukraine. And I don't see that we can, with any kind of morals, any kind of ethics, not start to do just as much for Ukraine as we do for Israel. I think that the fact that our defense of Israel and Israel's defense of Israel, the success of it is going to make our deficiencies in helping Ukraine all the more apparent. And we need to change that. There needs to be some equality in the way that we treat Israel and Ukraine. I also feel that it is high time, and I know many Israelis feel this way too. I read their comments on Twitter. It is high time to hold the Netanyahu government responsible for its incompetence as far as security goes, as far as intelligence goes, and also for their corruption. And they need to, if they are going to expect world to finance them, because when you look at October 7th, if their intelligence, Israel's intelligence, had been functioning the way that it should have, there were guards that warned that an attack was coming, and they were ignored. There were Israeli soldiers that tried to warn their commanders that attacks were coming. That was total incompetence. And I think that if we're going to involve our lives and our money and our weapons, then they need to do better. Okay? Because there is, while most of the blame definitely goes to Hamas and to Iran and to Hezbollah, There is a certain amount of blame as far as the incompetence goes that I think Israel needs to shoulder. And I think going forward, we need to treat Israel and Ukraine. I think we need to continue doing things for Israel we are doing, but we also need to do the same things for Ukraine. And this is that, the consequences of not doing as well for Ukraine are going to be painfully obvious in less than 10 years. If Ukraine falls, look at the dominoes that will fall behind it. And that's all I'll say.
Oh, you better not say dominoes. We'll get into old-time domino theory, Yehuda. That's no good.
Domino theory. Yeah, let's be clear. People who rape and murder children, 100% blame is apportioned to that group. The Israeli intelligence failure is something that the Israelis have to sort out. There are many ways information is filtered through the chain of command. Yes, they found one person who said that they suspected something, and obviously their assessments weren't taken properly. But that's you can't blame Ukraine for losing the Donbass in 2014 either. It's Russia. We have to call a spade a spade. You're a terrorist regime. You want to commit terror, and the good guys. You get a jump on the good guys. I don't think those are the same thing whatsoever. But look. Israel, again, I don't know how many times you can say it's a tiny piece of sliver of land in the Middle East. It's a lot easier to physically defend by air assaults and whatnot. Ukraine is enormous, right? It's the same reason why Israel couldn't give its Iron Dome. We even said here, if you were to equate the two, every bit of Israel's air defenses would make a third of Kyiv Oblast safe. A third of Kyiv Oblast safe. So there's no point comparing the two. It's different countries, same enemy, but different countries, different geography, different geopolitical considerations in both regions. And I think we're going down a rabbit hole by continuously comparing the two. Israel has had 30 years to prepare for this assault, this attack on it. I think the key is and I think I've said it again. I'll say it for the last time. The perhaps a positive outcome for Ukraine in this whole matter will be a reinvigorated support for Ukraine, just because unfortunately, people didn't take it seriously. Thought this was just, come on, how many right-wing pundits in the States just kept referring to this as a border dispute between Russia and Ukraine, and most intelligent experts said, no, this is an opening salvo in a Russian power play, and they're going to spread this around the world to create chaos, and that's exactly what they've done. So perhaps maybe this is a lesson that when you let Russia run unopposed and invading countries and doing what it wants willy-nilly, you shouldn't be surprised at the result. So we need to continue advocating for Ukraine's defense. They need everything. They need more of everything and everything else, and they needed it not today. They needed it not last year. They needed it the year before. So that's the one way. Russia neutered, Russia deprived of its capabilities to create chaos and destroy countries and commit genocide will be a signal to regimes, dictatorial racist regimes like Iran and Syria and North Korea and other places that the world is watching and the world will organize to fight you. I think that's the best rendering that we can take away from this, Will and Heather.
Yep, Chris Windley, you're next.
Oh, I hope I was. Stephen might have been, but I'll be very quick anyway. So I just want to just pick up and just say, and I think Yehuda, you mentioned this anyway, but when watching the telly last night about Israel, the overwhelming feeling that I had was that it stunk of Russia, right? So Russia was connected in the plan itself and the propaganda that came out after. I note, and I've just copied you guys, that General Ben has got straight onto this and said, for God's sake, connect the dots here. Russia is behind everything, right? When are we going to understand this and organize against them? So I'll just say that on that, just to keep things quickly. Also, just say very quickly, people talk about Biden, right? Let's just remember that Biden organized things to beat Trump the last time. Biden works the way that Biden works. He's very experienced and all the rest of it. So I think he knows what he's doing. And when he doesn't react to things as we think he should react to things and that, I'm just going to give him the benefit of the doubt, folks, right? Because I think he knows how to do it. I think he knows how to whoop Trump and the MAGAs again. And Will, I'm just going to throw this in just as I go back, just to say that some kind person, and sorry, I'm just going back a bit here, Will, but I'm just, you won't hear from me then for a while. I'm just going to say that some kind American sent me the last vote for Lend-Lease in World War II. And those that don't remember, right, can go find out, right? But only 26 of the Republicans actually voted for Lend-Lease for Britain and the Allies in World War II. Most of the Republicans voted against. Again, I say Republicans haven't changed their spots since World War II, right? So they are exactly where they are today. Is exactly where they were
not quite
in World War
exactly,
II.
not quite exactly, but Republicans have always had a big isolationist problem, I think, that comes up periodically, Chris.
Well, okay, that'll do me, Will. But 26, I think it was, Republicans voted for Lend-Lease, and it only got through basically with the Democrats. Will, a lot of Republicans voted against it, right?
And boy, didn't FDR do some fantastic behind-the-scenes arm twisting to get it up at the time. Should look into that in more detail, Chris. You'd find some very interesting parallels to today on what would benefit today if Biden took the approach of Franklin Delano Roosevelt back then, or Lyndon Baines Johnson in trying to get things through Congress and getting the country aligned behind his position. He would do very, very well. And that Chris, I also don't mean to pick on Biden regularly, and I do think he's generally been generally a good president, and I reckon he might get reelected. But I do have some problems with the overthinking, and I just cannot stomach when people who are supposed to be smarter than me, like Wallander, the secretary, the undersecretary of defense, say things that just don't, they do not match the rules of armed conflict. They don't demonstrate a knowledge of strategy and defense policy that even I know. And I'm just Joe Nobody. But she's supposed to know better. So when they say things like refineries are civilian targets operated by civilians who might be oligarchs, but they're still civilians, and we hold Ukraine to a higher standard, just turned into a word salad of garbage. Unfortunately, when they do that stuff out in the open, and it would be irresponsible of me not to call it out in particular. And unfortunately, she works for Joe Biden, and Joe Biden ought to be paying attention to the same things I am, unfortunately. But generally, my problem with Joe Biden is Joe Biden's got to let Joe Biden off the hook, and he's got to start speaking directly to the American people, because he's the president, not Lloyd Austin. He's the president, not Blinken. He is the president, not Dr. Wallander from La La Land. He needs to speak about what's important, and he needs to make the case. And Joe, Yehuda, this is the issue. It isn't people saying what about this? Why this for Israel? Why that for not for Ukraine? That isn't even what Karen was saying. What Karen said is, why not both? Stand up for your principles everywhere, not just in the places where you've got 30 years of experience of trying to keep a country from getting wiped off the face of the map. Why not stand up for your principles everywhere? And any American who says to me, oh, we can't afford it, we can't be everybody to everybody. Yes, you can. In this situation, yes, you can. The cost in Ukraine is virtually nothing to you in comparison to the benefit to be gained, and the cost to continuing support for Israel, both of which I might add are in the $91 billion supplemental that could move onto the House of the floor, off the House of the floor, and onto the president's desk as soon as Monday morning, if there was a will to do it. Right? This is what we have a problem with.
Yeah, there's no debate there. Well, like I haven't heard anyone say that Israel should be given more than Ukraine. I'm just saying, if we're talking about why did we see such a great response, it's because they're just physically there already, and it doesn't mean that you shouldn't support the values. In fact, I think the defense of Ukraine, and Daniel made the point, it's actually more important for world security than Israel, because Israel can defend itself from Hezbollah and the Houthis and Iran. Ukraine is really where it's at, and I would maybe move the conversation on to that, as opposed to, why are we acting surprised that Ukraine has been not given what it needs to basically stop Russia from terrorizing the entire planet. It's the weirdest thing in the world, right?
Yeah, and as you've said before, they're basically the same war on different theaters.
Sure, but again, the situation is different. But the reality is, Russia, the threat to world peace vis-a-vis Russia attacking Ukraine is greater than Iran attacking Israel, right? So that's not, shouldn't be controversial, right? An emboldened Russia, failures in Ukraine will lead, possibly that would lead to a World War III, right? Because Russia's obviously proven that it's not rational, that it has expansionist fantasies, and now, because the West, I think, they put one foot in, one foot out. That's a very bad signal to a bully, right? That shows that you're not committed. So the West needs to really, prioritize Ukraine's defense and say, look, and it sounds cold and crass, but you might say, you might not care about a family in Kharkiv, but do you care about your family then? Because there was once upon a time you said, let's sit this one out. In fact, you guys said it twice. And then you got hit at Pearl Harbor, and millions of Americans went to war. So maybe start thinking a little into the future. That would be my recommendation. Thanks, Will.
Yeah, thanks. Stephen, go ahead.
Well, Pearl Harbor, but also don't forget the Lusitania. Thank you for your words, Yehuda. I rather agree with you on the geographical differences. So, firstly, I'd just like to say I'm very, very happy that none of the vicious attack volley by the criminal gang that currently occupies the reins of power in Iran, Persia, got through. And I'm very proud and happy to say that Arab countries also participated in that, of course, in part because they would not tolerate such a massive violation of their own airspace. Although I would note that 60 Gepards are soon to arrive in May from Jordan to Ukraine. Yes, purchased by the United States, but certainly with the intention to go to Ukraine. And Jordan not being a particularly wealthy country, having no oil or dramatic natural resources, that was a fair bargain, but the intention was most certainly there. With regard to Chris's points about Russia being behind the attack, I think that may be partly true, but we shouldn't forget that the many faces of terror groups in the Middle East have but one real face behind the mask. Not entirely true. Of course, there are some others, but But the IRGC funds and arms groups in Gaza, in Lebanon, in Syria, in Yemen, and sponsors fractions and subversions in Iraq and elsewhere, and really anywhere it can. Actually, many Arabs, in fact, are fed up to the back teeth with that, let alone Persians who are furious about it. And indeed, however, it is true that the spectacular display of shielding that this represented should hold a dark mirror up to the collective free world. And I always despise using the word the West, because it isn't just the West, it is also Korea, Japan, Australia, last time I checked, was in the East and South. And many other nations, the free democratic societies of the world, who need to stand up now and, at the very least, supply beyond sufficient air defenses to protect Ukraine, because in fact Nick Budd, his heartfelt, and I hope you're doing all right, Nick, his heartfelt plea is something that I echo, and unfortunately I have also been hearing similar sorts of things, from my friends in Ukraine as well, that they're experiencing real frustration, and that there is growing anger, indeed, within the country about of course, gratitude for the aid they have received and what has been given, but the terms of the Budapest memorandum have not been fulfilled, and people are dying every single day. And Russia will exploit these divisions, and we should be very mindful of that. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Stephen. Yehuda, respond, or should we go to Casual Fellow?
No, good points. No, not much to add to that.
Yep, thanks, Stephen. Casual Fellow, go ahead.
Oh, may I just add one more thing? Sorry, just
Sure.
Apologies before. Just to underline Yehuda, when he was saying about that, so the geographical point is, imagine if Romania and Poland were between Ukraine and Russia. This air campaign probably wouldn't be occurring. And if it was, it probably would be being shot down. But that should not stop us in our, so that is where the asymmetry of comparison is, but it should not stop us at all in furnishing the systems within Ukraine to prevent this slaughter. Thank you.
Yeah, no, that was kind of my point, Stephen. If it was any other configuration, it'd be different. The principles are the principles. There's no doubt on that, right? We have to stop on the red and go on the green. But if as you just rightfully said, if Poland was sat to the east of Ukraine, you wouldn't see drone attacks coming from Russia across Poland into Ukraine. Just the nature of the situation. But unfortunately, it is what it is right now. Both, we can walk and chew gum at the same time. We can support a free and sovereign Ukraine, and I think not doing so, I think that's where we need to unify the message. Not doing so, it puts at risk, 80 years of post World War II stability, because we're not showing Russia that we will stand up and curtail and curb their aggression. And this is a big issue, this frozen conflict situation. It looks like it's gone into, it's very glib to say it helps the Democrats and maybe it helps Biden before an election. But this is where people have to become not politicians, but rather statesmen and stateswomen, because we don't have all the time in the world. Thanks.
Thanks. Go ahead, Karen.
Well, there is one thing, and I do understand what Yehuda was saying about Israel being a small country and therefore more easy to defend. and that the Iron Dome wouldn't have been enough. But there are other technical. I respect Israel because they are a technically advanced country, and they don't seem to have a lot of interest in helping other countries. And I find that kind of disturbing. And let me give an example. Last summer, President Zelensky said that Israel was uninvited to the Ramstein meetings because they seemed interested in contributing little, but mostly gaining advantages for themselves. And I can look up that quote if anybody wants me to. But that saddens me because life is give and take. And even though they're small, I'm sure there is help that they can offer, and I would like to see them offer more help to Ukraine.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of a tiring point. Israel does help Ukraine, it helps other countries, but at the end of the day, they are often quite coy about what they do, and the argument that came up that Israel is not giving them air. There's no but. We got to stop with the but. If you're not aware, and could the uninitiated keep talking about all the air defense Israel could proffer, and then some other people responded, "Well, you just wait for the next barrage from Hamas," and lo and behold, Israel wouldn't have been able to spare anything, right? They don't have an extra 5,000 Patriots. They don't have an extra, the amount of required air defense capability or assets that Ukraine would need to defend itself like Israel does. It's not even, it's nonsense. I'm not even going to address that one again. When it comes to sharing technology, Israel's the most threatened nation on the planet. So I guess, and I'm not Israeli, but I think it's a little rich to assume that Israel can do a lot more for a lot of other people. Israel's relationship with Ukraine, very upsetting to me personally, because of I blame the current prime minister in Israel, who is not very liked by Israelis either. And that's another conversation for another day. But I'm not sure even why we're talking about it. It's not Israel's job to defend Ukraine. If it could, it would. It sees the problem that Russia faces. In fact, you've seen, I don't know, very impassioned statements from Israeli politicians like Amir Weitman, who outright dropped the mask and said, "Russia, we know it's you. We're coming for you." It's the most they can do right now. Two different conflicts. That doesn't help anyone. You're not going to get more stuff for Ukraine by saying Israel's getting too much. It's irrelevant. They don't even. They're not similar in that regard, right? So when it comes to American investment in Israeli military things, the Israelis, by American commentators and experts, they'll tell you the Israelis give back more than any ally in terms of the technology that they do to tweak American equipment. So it's definitely a two-way street. And Israel is one of the biggest exporters of military technology to countries that are for defense. So I'm not sure where you get that from. It's just not true, Karen. I'm sorry. We could be equally mad that that Ukraine has not been given what it needs to stop Russian aggression and really save the world. We can be equally as mad about that and equally as happy that Israel is able to defend itself. I think when you see the reports afterwards as to what the Israelis shot down versus what the American jet, quartet in Jordan shot down, I think you'll see that Israel did most of the heavy lifting. Again, though, it's just it's a tired point for me. So if you want to address it, that's fine. I think I'm good.
Well, I just, before we go to Stephen, just real quick, I actually have just been seeing in reporting on CNN that the United States shot down 70 plus drones and 3 ballistic missiles. Will, did you have something to add?
Nope. No, you go ahead.
Go ahead, Stephen.
Many thanks. To Yehuda's point, October 7th, which was one of the most brutal pogroms in modern history, and we should all remember that Jews have been subjected to similar pogroms for thousands of years. was indeed on Vladimir Putin's birthday, and this was not an accident. There are many evidences of this kind of cooperation. 2 or 3 months ago, there appeared building-sized election campaigning posters for Putin in southern Lebanon in Hezbollah-controlled areas. Let that sink in, okay? And I think that, you know, when people who are pro-Ukrainian, and I try not to talk about the Israeli issue very much because it's got, you know, it's also, there are also personal aspects to it, and I've lived with it in one form or another for a very long time, and I just don't want to talk about it. I'm here. I formed this Twitter account to support Ukraine, but what we must not do is allow it to divide us, because that was the function of October the 7th. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great point, and that's what I said about essentially this. You know, this is the same war. We were on the October 7th. We were talking about how quickly Russia adopted a language that supported Hamas and took advantage of the situation there, and vice versa. I mean, there is no question that Russia, Iran, North Korea, and China are aligned against the forces of good, I will say, in the world. And there are many times, and I almost get caught up in it myself, where people, fighting amongst ourselves would be one of the key things that any of those nasty partners would want us to do, and they're actively trying to get that to happen. Yeah, that's why I say that I agree with Yehuda. You know, this isn't an issue of something that goes to Ukraine is taken away from Israel, or something that goes to Israel is taken away from Ukraine. They're two separate fronts in the same war, and the United States and the rest of the world has the capacity, if there is only the will to do so, to help solve both of these problems. They're in different ways, but look, Russia is only going to be stopped because if its conquest is stopped, physically, kinetically stopped, and Israel's a situation where it has been under threat for almost its whole life, but nobody's moved in to take any territory just yet because they are such a porcupine. So
I'll even extend it. Will, there are plenty in the Israeli military establishment and government that have been begging the West to support them or not to complain about them going after Iran. All right, Iran is a country that said they want to destroy Israel. They want to, wipe it off the planet. And Israel's been saying for 20 years they're trying to build a nuclear bomb to kill us all, and we want to blow up their reactors. And the West says no. America says don't attack. You're going to cause a regional war. So the same argument the Israelis can make and say, why doesn't the West let us just do our thing? You're not the one who has to suffer an Iranian attack. So let us go in and finish the business. And Israel's constrained by its allies' desires and wishes and diktats. So everything always might seem to be
constrained by its allies after it gets the support from them and is a little bit beholden to them. Whereas,
right, exactly,
well,
it's all comes down to a difference. Well, yeah, but I'm saying the point is that they would argue, look, we wouldn't even need all the support if you let us just finish the job, because we could take out Iran, right? We could stop Iran from being a nuclear power and threatening us. So I'm just saying that in every example, you could find people wanting more or upset about how things are, right? Like the argument from the Americans will be, we don't want you to attack Iran because you'll escalate a war, right? You see, does that sound familiar? Don't attack Iranian nuclear facilities. You're going to create a greater conflict in the region. So nothing is 100% for anybody. Israel doesn't, you might say, it's kind of it's not a good feeling. Israelis will tell you that, oh, you guys are strong. You'll defend yourself. And the Israeli will say, well, you know what? Maybe I don't want my kids growing up with air raid sirens their entire life, because that's how Israel lives. Israel lives with air raid sirens since the 1990s, right? And so they're like, well, we don't. That's not a quality of life we want. So I guess the grass is always greener. It would seem. That's kind of my point. But you nailed it before. We can walk and chew gum at the same time. Everything can be given to Ukraine to stop Russia, a bigger threat to world peace than Iran, for sure. Iran's the largest sponsor of terrorism around the world, but still, Russia is the factor. It's like the Soviet Empire bear that just won't go away, won't retire from the zoo, right? And unfortunately, the effects in Europe that Russia poses, it's worse than the Nazis, really. So there we are.
I love that. Won't retire from the zoo. Fabulous.
Well, I get it, the bear or the circus, who knows? But zoo sounds more deprecating. Anyway.
Fair enough. Well, I've hung around with you for a whole extra hour past my shift, Yehuda. Has anybody else here got any new subject matter you want to talk about Israel about with Yehuda? Because I'm sure he'd be happy to stay around a little while longer. What?
Yeah, a little longer, yeah, sure. Not too much longer, but if anyone has anything, I'd see Ming's in there. Haven't seen him for a while. But yeah, last couple questions about Israel, the updates. This is more about the kinetic action that happened, what the not possible next steps are. Israel is planning or already committing forces to do its thing.
I
And
have a question.
Hmm.
You know, the 800-pound bear in the room here that we haven't ever talked about yet is how quickly can Israel finish up its work in Gaza? Because the right or wrong, it is right to eliminate the Hamas threat from Israel. I believe that 100%, and I have fought that argument out many times between October 7th and now. But with the folks that I win the argument with, Yehuda, and they still say it's got to stop. The world will no longer accept Israel needs to hurry up and finish whatever it's going to do in Gaza, even if it puts IDF soldiers at greater risk now of death or injury, because the world's just no longer willing to put up with the level of death and destruction going on in Gaza. And I believe it is completely false, but that the Palestinians, well, the folks in Gaza are being viewed now just as Palestinians, no longer as Hamas, and world sentiment is starting to turn against Israel. Is my feel, Yehuda? What do you say to that?
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think the Israelis in that regard don't care. I think they know Hamas needs to be finished off. I think they are also beholden to their own rules of engagement. They do supremely want to mitigate civilian death, but they have to accept those risks as well. I think the world has constrained Israel to an extent on how it conducts itself in Rafah, a very now densely packed area, more so than usual because of the internally displaced people. I don't see Israel wrapping up Gaza until Hamas is destroyed. I mean, I don't see it at all, regardless of who you are in Israel. You support the government's position on Gaza, right? On Hamas. Does Israel have to worry about fallout from other people? Absolutely. Are deals being made behind closed doors that say we're going to criticize you, but do whatever you have to do because we have to for internal domestic policies? I would not be surprised if that conversation was had. But no, I don't know. It could be a couple more months. Could Israel drive through Rafah in an afternoon? Absolutely. Would there be an enormous death toll of innocent people? Absolutely. And so Israel's damned if they do, damned if they don't. I think that's how they view their situation. So they're going to try to mitigate civilian loss and IDF losses and finish the job on their own timetable, whether anyone likes it or not. And that's not bravado. Again, I'm not Israeli. I'm just saying they've committed to the destruction of Hamas. Hamas obviously conducted the largest murder of Jewish people since the Holocaust in one day, right? So it's I don't see any Israelis criticizing their government for staying in it for the long haul, even if they pick up a few enemies or piss off a few allies. I think that's the reality. Hope that helps.
Thank you, Yehuda. Karen, go ahead.
Well, since Will is about to leave and Yehuda's about to leave, I thought it might be nice to bring something up that is, I think it's uplifting, just a little bit uplifting. Do you remember the Dragonfire weapon that we have been talking about for the last few days that is supposed to be on the UK's battleships in 2027? Well, Grant Shapps wants to send it to Ukraine early. You know, apparently they're interested in field testing. But if you think about it, this is a weapon that could be useful not only to Ukraine, but also to Israel. And I have posted several articles about Dragonfire. Grant Shapps is virtually a Dragonfire salesman. He loves it. I know the politics. They have done a lot of serious research, and this is a laser-directed weapon that is so accurate it can hit a 1-pound coin from a kilometer away. And that's according to the British Ministry of Defense. And so I would, that can be shared both with Ukraine and with Israel. Maybe it would help save on the cost of missiles and some of the other things. Because I understand that the cost of deploying this is about 10 pounds a shot.
Well, time will tell if there's really going to be a space laser that can be used. Will, are you there?
Yeah, and I was just going to say, I don't know if Yehuda's got a comment about that, but that's exactly what we were talking about yesterday, Karen, that he's essentially saying they might want to go pilot test it in Ukraine. And yeah, more power to it. Anything that shoots shit down coming from Russia that can be sent to Ukraine, I'm pretty happy with any of it. Well, provided they send the bullets for it.
Well, it's laser doesn't use
I
bullets.
was kidding. I mean, whatever piece of kit. Don't send Ukraine guns with no bullets.
That's true.
Okay, Nale, I want to apologize to you. I had a bug in my app and I accidentally put you on the removed list, and I didn't mean to. And I am glad to see you again. Please go ahead, Nale.
Yeah, thank you. I actually deserve every bug you have. So I wanted to ask Yehuda real quick, because I keep seeing this claim that there are 13,000 dead children in Gaza now. I know that's a big fat lie, of course, because that means that over 100 children a day gets killed, and that doesn't quote unquote even happen in Ukraine, which is a all-out war too. But what do you think is the more correct number? Because there are, of course, dead children and civilians there. Thanks.
Yeah, I just got a connection error. I'm not sure if that's Heather or Will knows. It could crash the space. I'm unsure. And Nolly, it's a good question. The answer, in short, is I don't know. I don't know how many dead civilians or civilians killed exist. I do know that Hamas is a terrorist organization, though, and they tend to love dead civilians. It's actually one of their goals. They'll admit it themselves. They then they benefit with civilians being killed in strikes on terror targets. They gleefully say at Merevik that the deaths of their women, children, and elderly only serve to reinvigorate the revolutionary spirit. That's Khalid Meshal who said that, not a week after the 7th of October. So we're looking at a situation where one group is absolutely invested in the death and destruction of people. And we've got another group that's trying to mitigate that loss. That would be the Israelis, not only for the moral purpose, but for the pragmatic purpose. It knows that it loses international support. So for people who claim that Israel wants to kill civilians, it's the strangest argument to make. They want to kill the terrorists, and they don't want the world to, pressure them into not going after Hamas. So it's in their best interest, period. Even if you think they're a completely immoral military or country or whatever, it just doesn't make sense that they would want to kill civilians. So 40,000, 30,000, the numbers that you're reading, if, sorry, kid issue here. If you look at the numbers, some people say 13,000, 9,000 Hamas terrorists. Some people say 15,000 children. I don't know the number, but I will say this. I find it very telling that the Hamas Ministry of Magic over there has never once said any of the casualties are Hamas terrorists. So obviously, both things can't be true, right? There's no special munition that finds children, and there's no belief that Israel. There should be no belief that Israel is targeting children. So the number is unknown. We'll find out more when this is over. It could very well be. And there's a strange claim made by a lot of people that says, oh, historically, Hamas numbers have been right. I'm not sure what that even means, right? Historically, they haven't been correct. But if they have been correct, it could be for a total. And it could be for a total number of Hamas terrorists killed. If it's 1-to-1, it would be statistically and historically a pretty incredible feat by the Israelis in that they didn't kill more civilians. They don't want to kill civilians. But again, Hamas co-locates, it hides with civilians, it holds them hostage, it conducts its business under schools and mosques and churches. It does all of these things. So Israel has to make the decision: does it do something or does it not?
Yeah, because I got into this subject with a Swedish reporter called Magda Gad, who has become a pro-Islamist apparently, and she blocked me. So I accomplished something.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, no, it's the numbers we won't really know. And again, I have no reason. I have no another lie to debunk. It's common. It's being said a lot, and that is all the numbers are verified by third parties or international organizations. That's not true at all. Those numbers are just repeated by organizations from the Hamas numbers. So when you hear, Israel, the numbers of 40,000 have been verified by UN, blah, 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 or Amnesty International, they're literally taking the numbers from Hamas and repeating them. So they certainly don't have independent observers on the ground. It's a war zone with Hamas in charge on one side and the Israelis on the other. So anyone who says that these numbers are verified, they're just not telling the truth. They're verified in that they're being repeated by the exact same groups that Israel, in some cases, has found participated in the attacks. Right? I mean, 1,000 UN employees involved in, being the members of Hamas, and we're supposed to go, yeah, they've repeated the number, so it gives credibility or credence to it. I think that's just absolutely crazy, and I think we need to be honest about that. Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. And then I found another thing, because I'm a total a-hole and I have to say stuff to people when it's wrong. So if you have a cause, don't promote your cause by lying, first of all. That's not a good idea. And then I also found that when I confronted these not even pro-Palestinian, but apparently anti-Israeli folks, they resorted like two tweets in on personal attacks. So they have absolutely no facts apparently. So there we go.
Yeah, I think I call myself pro-Palestinian. Yeah, you can support peace and dignity and freedom and sovereignty for two groups of people, yet still condemn terror. I think where certain people on that side, where they are inconsistent and somewhat hypocritical, is their support for Palestine is predicated on their desire for the destruction of an entire nation. And that's where they lose the moral argument, right? And anyone on the Israeli side, if they had the same opinions, I would say the same thing about them. You can't ask for something that you're not willing to give to others, right? And it comes down to basic respect. Thanks. Couple more questions. I got to feed children here. Will,
Very good. Yep.
other
Thank you. Thank you, Yehuda. Jenny, go ahead.
I was just going to say that because I've seen numbers come out, and we will never know the true numbers of any conflict until at least the war is over and independent organizations can go in and actually survey. And even then, we won't get the true numbers. Do we know how many died in Srebrenica yet? Do we know how many people have died in total in the war in former Yugoslavia? No, we don't. Do we know the numbers from World War II? Nope. We don't know that either. And so take any reports with a grain of salt, because there are not independent organizations walking around in the battlefield counting. And even they can make errors. So it will just give you an idea of how big the atrocities are. We won't know the full extent of the atrocities that Russia has inflicted on Ukraine for decades, I think. I doubt that we will find that out until decades from now. And this is why I implore everybody to get your government in action, whip them, uh, bribe them with sugar and candy and cinnamon buns or whatever the hell it is they like, except for illegal substances. Buy them a bottle of fine whiskey or whatever, to do whatever your government can do and still maintain the security of your nation. Because I realize that there are some countries that are doing a balancing act, that they have to think about their own security issues because of proximity to Russia. I'm thinking, oh, I don't know, the Baltics, Finland, and Poland specifically, because they are receiving a ton of threats that is not making it to mainstream media around the world. I have the privilege of having proximity to these nations, so I kind of know how bad it is, and it's bad. And so they can't do what Denmark did, hand over all the artillery that they have. And also, that's a it's true, they handed over all of their Caesars, but it's also true that they also bought new artillery pieces from Israel at the same time, so they overlapped. This is why they could do it. They bought new stuff and handed over the Caesars, which is amazing. They handed over every single piece. They didn't keep any for themselves. So they should have massive kudos, but it's not like they're completely without, because they're not that stupid. Even though I don't like to give Danes credit because I'm Swedish, but they're not that stupid to hand over every single artillery piece in the nation without having anything. But there are countries that can do a little bit more because they won't be first on the list of invasion if God forbid Ukraine falls. That's it. Anyway, I'm off my soapbox. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jenny. And actually, the thing that I would say is I don't think that we will ever really know the true cost and the true number of lives lost when it comes to what is happening in Ukraine now, because people who actually die, I believe, as a result of this war, in my opinion here, are there are people who have stress reactions who end up having a heart attack and die. They will never be counted as somebody who died as a result of the conflict. However, if the conflict hadn't been happening, they would not have died. There are going to be all kinds of situations like this. Same kind of thing when you look at the medication that is being deprived to people, especially in the occupied areas, where Russia is withholding medication very specifically, and not letting people have it unless they take a Russian passport. People are going to die because of those things. People are going to die for all kinds of reasons that won't be officially counted as a, here's another one. I'm sorry. I've just got to slip this last one out. How many additional premature babies are being born? The rate of premature babies being born in Ukraine right now has increased dramatically because of the stress. How many of those babies don't make it? That is a result of the war. Those children who die will never be counted. Stabilizer Finn?
Yeah, exactly. And Jenny is of course right that we can know any exact number in conflicts like these, but I think that if you give a number and the moment you give that number, because of what Jenny said, it's a lie. You can't know these things, and we have award-winning journalists parroting these numbers as facts, and I think that's quite wrong. And more people should say something. And I got blocked already once. Boo-hoo. But if you see this kind of things, you absolutely have my permission to engage with all your intellectual guns blazing. Thanks.
Thanks, Dolly. Oh, looks like we lost Yehuda. So Will.
Yeah, I think one of his kids, I heard telling him he had some important duties that he needed to get to. So yeah, we talked about almost everything. Well, we kind of touched on everything I was trying to pack the nest with, but we missed a couple of things. But I'll leave those for Nancy to figure out whether or not she wants to dump them or leave them. Probably dump, I would imagine. But there is an important. Well, there was a story up there about that an article that Jason J. Smart published with Ivana Stradner in Ukraine that I think is important. That's I think the fourth thing in the nest. It's this discussion about how useful it would be to start pumping information into Russia through every channel that's available to let them know what a failure their government is, how badly they're being let down, how many people have died. You know, a voice of Russia type of thing that should happen. It really should, I think, because as we've talked about with Pekka and Jason J. Smart, I mean, everybody when we talk about disinformation here recognizes that Russia and China basically never stopped fighting the information hybrid war when the Cold War ended. And we ceded the field, all of the liberal democracies, because we thought we won the battle of ideas and we didn't need to play anymore. And they kept on playing the whole time. And they kept on playing the whole time as the communication revolution has happened. And that's why they dominate. You know, they've got TikTok and this platform everywhere. Russian and Chinese disinformation seems to be phenomenally powerful. And had it not been for the rise of NAFO and dare I say MriyaReport, the information battle in this Ukraine war would have been lost. What do you think, Prince?
I have to agree with you. Said a lot, and we will continue to, right?
Indeed. Now I see Nancy, so I'm going to bail out, and Nancy's going to pop into my place, I guess. Aren't you? You should also be going soonish.
I will.
think, yeah.
I will. I definitely will. I know.
Well, I can hang on if you'd like to go first.
Well, there are a couple of things that I want to say really quick, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, no worries. I'll drop the speaker.
Yeah. And Stabilizer and Yenny, I will get to you in just a moment for responses to those couple of things. But I know that I am going to drop very soon, so I want to say this before I drop and literally drop and go to bed, because it's almost 4:30. When we were having the very heated debate earlier this evening about we were having the very heated debate about America being a superpower still, and being the, defending the world. I was actually reading something at the time, and then it went into this conversation about Israel, and it just makes me think that the quote is even more appropriate. Surprisingly, believe it or not, while we were having this passionate conversation, I was reading Mother Teresa's Nobel Peace Prize acceptance speech from 1979. And there's just one small phrase that I wanted to put in here, because I think what it does is it speaks to how we need to treat each other in the world. And what it says here is, we have been created to love and to be loved. We have been created to love and to be loved. We need to show each other more love and more compassion and more caring. And part of that is supporting Ukraine. And I'm going to end with one last really quick quote. This time, it is also again from a Nobel Peace Prize lecture from 2022 from Alexandra Medvedchuk, Ukrainian woman who won along with her organization that I'm too tired to remember right now. But her final words in this speech, and her final words in the TED Talk that I've watched also, were this: you don't have to be Ukrainian to support Ukraine. It is enough to be just a human. It is enough to be just a human. So with that, I want to say thank you all. I will see you tomorrow, and Slava Ukraini.
Headhome Slava.
And indeed, Prince has been bottling that up to say that for, let me see, about 4 hours, 3-4 hours, maybe something like that. I think it was Nala next. And hi, everybody, I'm back. I've got over my huff. Feel much better.
Yeah, thanks. And hello, mockers. Now I forgot what I would. Yeah, about the media stuff. Since there are Americans here again, how bad is your media on Ukraine? Thanks.
Oh, about as good as the British media, I would expect, which is bit of disinfo. There are certain channels which are directly pumping out Russian disinformation, others which are sort of picking up nuances of it, and others that just don't talk about it at all. And then there is the shining beacons of light, where you see a few really good reports, a few really good focus on what's going on. But it's a lot of it's just part of the general news cycle. It sort of comes and ebbs and flows, and it's not really important. There's no priority made of it, and that's kind of the problem. That there's a whole range, and the stronger voices, of course, are the people who put more effort into it, which is the disinfo spreaders. So you get a lot of that conflicting information, and you just don't know which one to believe, which is kind of the point. Nali?
Yeah, have you noticed that all the good media output that is actually factual about Ukraine always align with the information on this space? I think it's weird.
It's called common sense to me, Nali. You pick up a couple of history books, you talk to a few people who know their stuff, and some Ukrainians, and believe it or not, that the truth is just so much easier to tell. because you don't have to keep making stuff up. And then when you hear all these lies, you can just sort of, you know what the truth is. So, and yeah, you're absolutely right. All we do is look at the truth, look at the information that we've got, and make assessments based on what we can see. Not what we'd like to happen. Not what we hope should happen in the future, although we do have an awful lot of things which we're very hopeful for. Awful too many as far as I'm concerned. But the whole point is that, without sugarcoating or blowing smoke, we're trying our best just to stay factual and informative, and sometimes have a giggle at the Russians because, for goodness sakes, we've got to laugh sometimes, aren't we? And it's a horrendous situation. And, Russia's going off, just trying to distract everybody around the world. I mean, they threw a match on a tinderbox over there in the in Israel's area, and that's just bubbling along now. They're just enjoying the fallout of what they started there. So, these things are going to keep going on until we learn to put our foot down properly. And well, we might eventually. Anyway, Jenny Manley.
And actually, Mockers, if
Nancy.
you don't mind, I can also answer Nolly's question regarding the U.S. media, and it is very much the way you described the media in England behaving as well too. You have to seek out the articles and updates on Ukraine, whereas many of the national periodicals on their websites had sections that were devoted to Ukraine, and you could have that section linked. They stopped that for most of the months ago, so you do have to go digging a little bit further. There's still a subsection under international news or world news, but not one that has a marquee link or anything like that. And they tend to be about 3 days behind the news that we get here when you find the articles. You'll get the occasional good, deep article on a specific topic, but of course, those aren't time sensitive news highlights either. So, it is disappointing. There's a lot of other garbage going on in the United States right now that is stealing all of the oxygen from the room.
Yeah, so much so that I had to go and sit in the dark earlier. Jenny, go ahead.
So this news information, or the news drought kind of thing, that can be said even in Sweden. It's no longer front page news like it was the first 2-3 months. But so I have this one newspaper that I use frequently because they do come out a little bit later than most, but theirs is fact checked many times before they actually before they print. That is because they don't like retractions. So they try to be extremely factual and dig for the truth. So for the most part, I'm about a day late with all my news when I read that paper. But fortunately enough, they have actually a section called Everything About the War in Ukraine. And so I just need to click on that link. Well, actually, I follow anything that has to do with Ukraine on that website. And so for me, it is still front page news. And then they have big articles that are usually behind a paywall, which sucks. And then they have like the latest news, which is a paragraph only about something that happened quite recently that they think is important for everybody to know. And that has helped me a lot, actually. And I tend to rely on that paper because, like I said, they're really thorough when it comes to research and make sure that what they're printing is true. They have made mistakes in the past, and not factual mistakes, but right after Ukraine took back Bucha, they actually printed the pictures with no warnings as they came out. And I wonder how many people clicked on those photos and saw the images of what happened in the massacre and were kind of traumatized because it took like I think 12 hours and then they were blurred and they said warning, traumatizing or horrific images. Like you have to now make a choice to see them. I unfortunately were among the first wave, and this is why I hate Russia now. I had to see the photos. I didn't have a choice. I probably still would have clicked, but at least I would have been prepared for what I saw. But we have to be careful with what we read and especially what we share, what we pass on, because not everything comes from a good source. Anyway, I think that was what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Yeah, indeed. Thanks, Jenny. Nally?
Yeah, I wanted to come back to, I think it was Nancy who answered my question there. So thank you, Nancy. Yeah, because I talked with my so-called mother from my host family from my exchange student years, and she said that there's nothing available in the papers that she could even find, and she lives in Arizona now. So I don't know. And then she also said that the only stuff that really gets coverage is the border issue, quote unquote border issue. So that's, I think, shouldn't like a journalist be somebody who can also decide what is important to report on? Of course, the border issue, if you are in Arizona, the border issue is quite important, but then also to give everybody kind of I don't know, maybe a toolbox to discern what is disinformation and what is not, and to actually pick apart the Kremlin talking points. And it would be great to see actually a journalist do this. Well, they don't do it here either, so we're not innocent of this either. So yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I understand exactly where you're coming from there, Nolly. I think that it will see the occasional update from one of those media sources on here's how to detect disinformation, but it's not that common. I wish it were more regularly available because it would be extremely useful. And now I do have, oh, go ahead, Nolly.
Yeah, I mean, if they would do it, wouldn't that be like a thing that is worth a Pulitzer Prize then? According to me, it is at least.
Well, I think half the time, if they would just publicize the fact that our governments and other sources do have media that is out there that is designed to help people identify it, those sources aren't that bad either. They're not the greatest, they're not the fastest, but they do exist, and a lot of people aren't even aware of that. Go ahead, Nally.
Yeah, exactly. And then because I've never done this here at home either, that I actually go to the page of our government and check things out, what they are actually doing. And that would also be a great thing to tell people, that you can actually go and read all the new legislations and, you know, memorandums and whatever you have in the US that is regarding aid to Ukraine and what is actually sent and how it is checked and balanced and put under a microscope. That would also be great, because I knew we had those pages, of course, but I never used them for anything. So yeah, thanks.
Yeah, and if they're like my government's, our ability in the United States to develop a user-friendly website does not equal a government website. The two are distinctly different creatures.
Yeah, that
does
is
make it harder.
impossible to have. That's impossible to have. That you are absolutely correct.
Yeah, a website designed by committee and legislative bodies is never a pretty thing. But anyway, we've got an update from President Zelensky on the Middle East, and it's been reposted already by the UN ambassador as well as the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So I'd like to read that really quick. It's a brief statement, but an important one. And he posted it about 11 minutes ago. And this is the advantage of our space. You'll get this information in your news probably tomorrow, Nolly, we'll see. But what President Zelensky posted was Ukraine condemns Iran's attack on Israel using Shahed drones and missiles. We in Ukraine know very well the horror of similar attacks by Russia, which uses the same Shahed drones and Russian missiles, the same tactics of mass airstrikes. Every effort must be made to prevent a further escalation in the Middle East. Iran's actions threaten the entire region and the world, just as Russia's actions threaten a larger conflict, and the obvious collaboration between the two regimes in spreading terror must face a resolute and united response from the world. The sound of Shahed drones, a tool of terror, is the same in the skies over the Middle East and Europe. This sound must serve as a wake-up call to the free world, demonstrating that only our unity and resoluteness can save lives and prevent the spread of terror worldwide. The world cannot wait for discussions to go on. Words do not stop drones and do not intercept missiles. Only tangible assistance does. The assistance we are anticipating. We must strengthen security and resolutely counter all those who want to make terror a new normal. It is critical that the United States Congress make the necessary decisions to strengthen America's allies at this critical time. I think he said it all. What do you think, Mockers?
Yeah, he has. I mean, my biggest sort of like punch in the gut about the whole thing is I see a lot of Ukrainian people saying, wow, wouldn't it be lovely to have some help shooting down drones and missiles? Wow, that'd be amazing. And the fact that there's all this focus over there and they're just sort of like looking, like you've seen that meme where there's a director sitting next to like an actor and the actor's absolutely covered in blood and what have you. And, it's like, there's Ukraine like sat there going, yeah, it's terrible for Iran. Israel, apologies, my brain's gone somewhere. Yeah, terrible for Israel, that. Awful, yeah. The world should help them, you're right. And yet there they are bleeding from many wounds. And they're still speaking up for others. And I just, I find the standards, there's some standards in there. I feel like there's two different ones, and it's just something that I understand how Ukrainians might feel about that right now. But I am going to get away from this tone in my mind because it will just make me annoyed again. So I thought we could have a little look at some of the things which cheer us up, Nancy. Shall we cheer ourselves up a little bit? Because
absolutely,
I could do with a bit of cheering up, and I'm a bit like that. So I'm just going to take over and tell you all some numbers because I haven't even done the numbers today. I know, I woke up, Armageddon was not taking place, obviously, and there was a lot of talk about it, and I was like, oh, I need to go away and just mend my head. So let's do some numbers because today we are looking at a total of 453,650 liquidated personnel, with an additional 890 added today. Now, only 5 tanks today, but saying that, yesterday they took out loads of them, so I'm not going to worry about that. 20 armoured personnel vehicles. Again, these numbers are going down, but there's a nuance, and we'll get to that. 34 artillery systems. Again, what a cracking job they're doing taking out artillery systems. I can't believe they're still going and cracking these numbers every day. 1 MLRS, which, I mean, you know how I feel about those. Any loss of a Russian MLRS is just a beautiful thing. And 2 more anti-aircraft systems. We like that a lot. I note 34 UAVs and 1 more cruise missile shot down. Here, vehicles and fuel tanks, which are almost at 15,500 now, losses. So 63 of those today. And what we have been noticing is that these sorts of more unarmoured vehicles are turning up on the battlefield an awful lot more. Some of them have some really nifty cage work around them, I'll be honest. They've done a really good job with that, but still, unarmoured vehicles, just probably not in the right place. Probably not in the right place for those things. But, you know, go off, enjoy. 1,900 special equipment cracked today with an additional 12. I told you they were doing well with special equipment, didn't I? 12! Bloody love
12.
it.
And I read that's about 5 times the average. That's awesome.
Exactly. And yeah, they had more than that last week, just once. So, you know, I just love it. Now, I have a few other things that I wanted to just add, and one of them is 10 out of 10 drones shot down last night by Ukraine. Not a single person, obviously, seems to care about this, but I do. 100%. You can't get better than that, can you? 100%. So, this is just a Ukraine again showing that they are bloody good at this. And really, they'll be teaching us all. They really will. Now, you know me, I'm not going to be able to go much longer without mentioning this flood. And the reason being is because over the past, maybe 24 hours, I've seen at least 3 bridges wash away, which is awkward. So one here in the Kurgan region, a wooden bridge across the Tobol River just disappeared. Evacuations have begun in the Tuman region. The Ishim River, so this is another river again, is that now about to flood villages in Lekova and Butivka, whatever. That was reported by the local authorities. And let's just say, do you recall, Nancy, the aircraft that the Russians sent over with some priests and some icons, and they did some chanting and praying?
How's that working out for them?
Yeah, it didn't work. You know, it would have been really good if they'd have done something else, anything else, pretty much. So, not only is there that going on, but the flow from the Tom River in the Tomsk region has now partially washed away the concrete slabs that reinforce the structures of the communal bridges on the left bank, which means that they're probably about to lose their bridge in dramatic fashion too. So I just...
Do you think they might have been better off trying to find engineers rather than FSB aligned priests?
Well, You would think engineers would come in handy, wouldn't you? In fact, oh, you know where a lot of their engineers are? You see, a lot of the people they used to employ to do all of their engineering work were Ukrainians. And a lot of their engineers are now no longer talking to them. It's a shame, isn't it? It's a shame. So, yeah, that's what happens when you upset everybody and, you know, try and take them over instead of just doing mutually beneficial business. Anyway, oh, let me just have a look at this. There's something about Siberia there. There's a nice little flight going to Siberia. I'll look at that in a minute and decide what that's about. But it's something to do with there's a lot of untapped reserves still in Siberia, and it looks as though there's a Chinese delegation who are just going to go and have a little look over there. Wonder how that might be. So, where was I? Oh yes. Today we are 781 is the number of the day, Nancy. 781 days. Well, one thing I would like to point out that I wasn't able to contribute to the American political talk before was after this attack on Israel, there are quite a number of additional people now frothing at the mouth to aid Israel. And you know how it's like tied to the Ukraine package. Kind of feel like this might go in Ukraine's favour because that package has already passed one part and it's literally just the last step now, and it would be an awful lot quicker just to pass that thing than to baff around doing other things, wouldn't it? And they have basically said no amendments, so it's right there. There's a gift right there for them. They just need to do something with it. So that's sort of my positive spin on all of that nonsense. So let's have a little look, because obviously the Middle East has dominated the news on all media, and it is really important to keep tying back to Ukraine, because had Russia not aided Iran in the first place, and very likely Hamas, in fact, yes, Hamas, because they went to visit them, didn't they? Had Russia not been involved in the first place, these things wouldn't be happening right now. In fact, if we'd have kicked Russia's arse about 3 days into this folly that they embarked upon, none of this would be happening as far as I can see. But anyway, this is me, just, you should put me in charge. Honestly, guys, you should put me in charge, because I'll just have no nonsense from nobody. We try our best, Nancy. We try our best as women to cut out the nonsense. Let's see. Obviously, we know that all international laws are being defied by Russia right now, and Iran now using drones themselves. It's a possibility they may actually have shot themselves in the drones, because there's every possibility that drone production might just be a target in the future, let's just say. It may even slow shipments to Russia just because they're using the stuff themselves. Feel like they might have to keep it for future. We'll see. Anyway. There is apparently a new list of demands being given to Ukraine by Russia. And we can all imagine how ridiculous they're going to be. And at some point, all the info will come out on that. We'll go into a few details. So today, yesterday, the exiled mayor of occupied Aleshki in the Kherson region posted up that there was I think it's the left bank of Kherson, so technically occupied territory, but there's a soldier here climbing up and putting up the Ukrainian flag on the top of a post, and it is right on the edge of occupied territory, apparently. So a little bit of trolling as well from the Ukrainians there. So yesterday there was a big boom in Luhansk. Yes, large boom in Luhansk. I've spotted you, Forrest. I'll come to you in 1 second. And there was public thanks from the Air Force commander who launched the attacks. A Russian command center was said to be hit, and Mykola Oleshchuk promised there will be more such strikes when we receive more missiles from our Western partners. So, you like this stuff? You give us the stuff, we'll do more stuff. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Yeah, Forrest, my lovely, you've come up to speak to us. You're a little less tired now?
I don't know if I'm less tired now. I've just gotten slightly more sleep, but I just finished changing a lovely diaper. And I wanted to come up and tell you what I think's going to happen this week. I was watching major broadcast news last night because, well, I was scrolling Twitter and I had CNN on, and I was flipping back and forth between the major news stations. And there was a moderate Republican, a gentleman who had signed on to discharge petition 10 up on the news, and he is still pushing that discharge petition. So my thoughts are Monday, they're going to all push to try and split up this aid and get a direct bill passed for Israel. The Democrats aren't going to allow that, or they're not going to go along with it. And then I think Tuesday or Wednesday we should get this vote because of what happened to Israel yesterday. But I figured I'd come up and share. We talked about that a little bit yesterday in the North American Evening.
Cheers, fella. Yeah, I know you have a sort of a better idea than I do on all of this because you've been sort of watching very closely and trying to encourage people as much as possible to sign and what have you. Yeah, I think this may indeed make some wheels move, but you're right, they will try and split it first, which is stupid. But obvious. It's the next obvious move, isn't it? It's almost as though you can sort of just plan out exactly how they're going to go about it, just to cause as much delay as possible, really, I think. And that's infuriating, but unsurprising and kind of expected now.
It helps cushion the blow when you know it's coming, though, when you can see the moves before they happen.
Yeah, when you know to expect a false start before something effective occurs, it always does make it easier. I think Mockers may be talking to a muted mic.
Oh, I might have been. I might have been. So, do you remember that there were booms in Tokmak recently? Because there were some photos that were released yesterday on Telegram that were purported to have been in Tokmak, where our occupiers were expressing outrage of 16 people dying. Now, they seem to have decided that they were all either disabled people or children or women. However, they published photos about the strike, but even though the pictures were very closely cropped and there were no photos of victims, relatives, or even rescuers, there was no word in Tokmak that the damage to this property happened then. In fact, it's been identified that this was a metal factory / warehouse on Gogol Street that was hit, and this is a photo taken from the other side, trying to purport to be a residential building. So remember, of course, don't believe everything you see, because it looks as though the metal factory, the metal plant, was indeed blown up, and the little bit of building tacked onto the back of it, which they're purporting to be a residential property, is nothing of the sort. So that was just one little thing that I wanted to point out. And then we have this is delightful piece of Schadenfreude. Nancy, you know how like karma comes to awful people?
I do. Which awful person got their just desserts this time?
Well, you see, this was a mystery. It started as a mystery. Now, it's a mystery disappearance of a guy who's actually he's an American citizen, an extremist, calls himself Russell Bentley, aka Texas. And there was information that he'd gone missing some time ago, and his wife was appealing for his safe return. And then there was information coming out that apparently he was arrested by the occupiers. And now there's a suggestion that he may be dead. But another video appeal came from his employer, who has now said that he has had information that he has been arrested. Now, they think that it's not the FSB that's arrested him. It's most likely the Donetsk local area that's arrested him. It's almost as though they just don't have one cohesive anything. Anyway, it seems that they arrested him with the thought that they were going to bump him off and claim he was a war casualty. And now nobody knows whether he's alive or dead. And so the Russians have been trying to locate him. They've not been having any success, Nancy. So we have a feeling he's probably going to be found with, 3 bullets in the back of his head and a suicide note.
It sounds like it.
These are just, the sorts of things that turn up. Anyway, Chasiv Yar is certainly it's a tough place at the moment. There are Ukrainian jets that are supporting the ground troops there, and it is blooming difficult right now. Now, this morning, I heard, however, that a new batch of artillery shells have been received by Ukraine within the last 24 hours. Just a little birdie told me that one, and I'd like to hope that they were not fibbing. So that's something to keep in mind. But anyway, there is a very small area of Chasiv Yar which Russian forces did take. But it is now known that Ukrainian soldiers pushed them back from there, and reinforcements have been moved into Chasiv Yar to continue to hold that area and to bolster up their forces there. So it is good to hear that they've reacted to the possibility of, Chasiv Yar being next on the hit list, as it were. It also appears that Russian forces have taken a, what do you call it, a tactical pause, when they basically just don't go out for a few days. They seem to have taken a tactical pause in a couple of areas. In some cases, Nancy, you might almost call it a culmination. Kind of like they run out of steam. So, yeah, these are just the sorts of things that, I keep in mind. Now then, I don't know if you've spotted this yet, Nancy, but there's a new children's fashion line that's being advertised in the Bilharad People's Republic. And, well, it's certainly a statement. Have you seen it?
I think that I have, and I found it quite fascinating that Russia was actually able to push information out on billboards about new fashion trends. So please tell us more.
Well, this is a delightful new item that you can purchase for your small one. And, well, it comes in 2 different colours, I think, you know, mostly so you can find your child in a crowd. And they're advertising bulletproof vests for children. That's right, bulletproof vests. A hell of a fashion statement, that, isn't it? When they're advertising to people to purchase their children some bulletproof vests because, well, you never know what's coming. And that seems very hopeful for the future, that, doesn't it? Everything going according to plan? No? Ooh, yeah, no. No, everything's not going according to plan, Nancy. Would you like to hear some of my favourite things of stuff not going according to plan?
Yes, Miss Plans is wonderful.
Well, there was a huge electrical bavovna yesterday in Novosibirsk. Apparently, this took out the contact network of the trolleybuses. So the trolleybuses in the area have like a main station, like contact network substation, and it was on fire. Right in the square as well, right in the main square. So, gosh, don't know how that happened. Just, you know, must have been a little accident, perhaps. Just, I find some of these too funny. Now, would you believe that this flood in Russia, which I've got to keep telling you about because it's just killing me, that it's got so bad and they're just doing nothing about it. So I went through quite a long thread a couple of days ago about how the people had suddenly begun to what's it called? Protest. That's the one. They'd suddenly found it in themselves to protest, mainly because they had no house anymore. So at least we found out what it is that forces them to get out on the streets, because yeah, that there was a lot of problems. Now, obviously, we heard about the oil refinery in Orsk being unable to be used, and there is information now that other industrial production, such as the only factory that produces BMP3s, I think it is, and BMP2s, yeah, is going to also be affected by the flooding. So that's terrible, I'm sure. Now then, they've estimated the amount of damage as being 21 billion rubles in the Orenburg region alone, which I thought was fun because it's not like they're actually ever going to spend that on it, is it? So let's just see, over the last few days, so all sorts of rivers.
Well, and actually, I have a question on that, Mockers. So, yeah. 21 billion, you said? So that's, let's see, 1 billion to actual engineering and 20 that will go to line somebody's pockets. Is that their ratio?
Yeah, at least 80% will be stolen out of that budget. Yeah, apparently that's how it works. So there were all sorts of new rivers that I learned the name of over the last days. One of them being the Elshanka River, which was in Orsk, which again overflowed. These were all coming off the Ural River. However, it wasn't just there that was being flooded. No. It started to spread, and I'm fluffing for time while I'm looking for the bit where I wanted to catch up, because I finished with the words, "This will get you worse." Remember the skate park that seemed to wash away? That's right. A skate park apparently washed away. Yeah, don't ask me how. Um, so let me see. The construction minister during a a visit to the flood-stricken Orenburg. Oh, so he actually turned up. Maybe that was him in his, with the great big vehicle that drove through the floods, all piled with uniforms, but not a single spot for any rescue of citizens. And they didn't seem to bring any sort of, assistance with them. Now, had that been Ukrainians turning up with that vehicle, they'd have had all the people, the cats and dogs in there, and they'd have brought it full of humanitarian aid to begin with. But, it's just a different way of thinking, isn't it? Vastly different. So the construction minister visited, and he said that the embankment dam in Orsk was nothing more than an earthen rampart, and such a structure could not have possibly cost 1 billion rubles in its original construction. He's also said that 40% of it probably cannot be restored at all. And those who completely lose their housing will probably have to receive a certificate in which they can use to purchase new housing. I'm sure that piece of paper will be worth the, you might as well just eat the piece of paper. I think you get a bit more.
Oh, the other question is new housing where? Pretty much wherever Russia would suit to put them, and the moving expenses and everything else are probably up to the individual, I would guess.
Well, you know what they're going to do? They're going to suggest you go to a nice occupied area of Ukraine, and when you turn up, then they'll be like, "Oh, now you're here, have a gun, help us out," because that seems to be, the sort of thing that I'm seeing. So anyway, this guy is. Can you imagine being the Minister of Construction, Housing and Communal Services in Russia? It's a horrendous job. Anyway, so remember there's a labour shortage? Remember how unattractive Russia's making themselves to people migrating there to assist with building projects and what have you? Just pointing this out. They've a severe shortage of labour in their construction industry. It's a bit problematic if you need to build a lot of houses, isn't it? Yeah, anyway. So, flood victims criticised the Ministry of Emergency Situations and even said, "We will raise everybody up with pitchforks." And I was kind of like, oh, go on. I'd love to see a proper pitchforking. Just, apparently that they really are miffed about this. Good, I'd be miffed too. So anyone affected by the flood accused the Ministry of Emergency Situations, headed by the former security guard of President Vladimir Putin himself, of window dressing. In other words, they're talking about all these things, but the citizens have not been provided with any real help. Gosh, that's shocking. No, it's not. Okay, it's not. So there was a meeting with local authorities and citizens of Orenburg, and they were grumpy. And you know what? What good is our government if it doesn't help us? Guys, you know what you could do? You could always have a different government. Anyway.
Well, next thing you know,
it's almost like they became self-aware at that point.
Well, yeah, and next thing you know, they'll fire off an angry video, pleading to Putin, Emperor Putin, to fix things, because surely he must not be aware. Surely he must care, right? Isn't that how it goes?
But you see, he's stuck in his little ivory tower or his bunker or whatever, and so he just can't hear the people. That's what it is. Anyway, representatives of these various departments have been turning up in these areas that have been flooded and are engaged in filming stories for a beautiful picture on TV talking about rebuilding and rejuvenating the areas, except they're not going to do anything. They're just going to talk about it for the telly, and then they pee off again and they don't come back. And well, Potemkin villages come in many variations, some of them just purely imaginary. So one person said, oh, she's a bit rude. I haven't slept for 7 days, and the Ministry of Emergency Situations has done nothing. They're sitting there eating pies, and on television they show beautiful pictures showing of them doing work, but they don't, rude word, do any work. Don't bother the people. We will now go raise everyone to hell with pitchforks. Which are just beautiful. Carry on. Pitchforks, please. Now, don't be surprised if those people who spoke out to the newspaper are suddenly in trouble for spreading fakes and or are forced to make a public apology on camera, because this is how Russia does things, isn't it? There's no, you know, there's no, whatever it's called. There's no actual work. They just like it to look good. That's the one. So another Orenburg resident said he turned to the Ministry of Emergency Situations to help because he required rescue. Well, what he required was rescue for people with disabilities. He was trying to help people with disabilities who were trapped. And so he said to the ministry, I tell him that these people need help. There are people waiting there. He looked me directly in the eyes and laughed. He says, they will wait. And I replied, there is a man lying for 24 hours. Here is his phone number. Please speak to him. And he just stood and laughed. We talk to many people with disabilities. He does nothing. So also, just to note, this is how they deal with a lot of people with disabilities. And remember all those liquidated personnel that I'm talking about? Well, not all of them are dead. Quite a lot of them, though, are quite severely disabled. And, well, how they're treating their wounded soldiers is just how they treat the disabled people in society anyway, which is horribly. For example, some wounded soldiers who were unable to be self-ambulatory, as in couldn't walk about, were left on the tarmac for a number of hours waiting for transport until somebody got fed up and found a vehicle for them because they were in the way. Now then, it's up to the residents to evacuate those remaining in the flood zone on their own. But the problem is, the Ministry of Emergency Situations appears to also be preventing them. They supplied the equipment, and yet they won't let us take the boat. He said, take the car away, go around. We have a task for this. So basically, the task is to use the boat themselves for their own purposes and not allow other people to use their boat to rescue. I know, it's very selfish of them, isn't it? So, the Moscow Times previously found out that the Ministry of Emergency Situations had information about the impending powerful flood in the Orenburg region more than a month ago. That's right. And it would have been possible to do something about it. You know, they could have actually done a few things, such as adjusting the water level in the incoming rivers to make it less likely that this reservoir would have got to this point.
So you mean like having engineers around again, not just FSB priests flying around in planes?
You know what, Nancy, you've got a really good point there. Yeah, like having engineers come and, you know, help to lower and raise water levels to keep things, you know, on track. But nobody did it. So it just, well, the opportunity was lost, shall we say. So, in addition to the dissatisfaction with the action or thorough inaction of the Ministry of Emergency Situations, flood victims have now expressed indignation that they're also not going to be compensated for the damage for the property in full. Surprise! Believe it or not, they're just not going to compensate everybody. Some will get compensated, some will get more than others. It all just depends on, I think, who you know. Anyway, now, one person said here, I am unable to have 2 residence permits, but no one forbade me from having 2 actual houses. I earned this money and I built them myself. And with what? I only boost the economy of the region. I pay all taxes, but I will only receive money for the one he's registered for. So if you're not registered in your house, it doesn't exist, and you've lost everything. I've now lost everything I've worked for my entire life. Well, that's a shame, isn't it? Another one of those present shouted that you are unable to restore a house with 20,000 rubles, which must be what's being offered. Now, the Orenburg region reported that they had received more than 268,000 applications for compensation for flood. So far, it has been stated to be 20,000 rubles per person. 5,680 Orenburg residents have received this. And so 113.6 million rubles has already been distributed. However, 20,000 rubles per person is around $214.4, Nancy. So, yeah, just a little bit less. Do we know how much Tucker Carlson spent in that grocery shop?
I have no idea, but yeah, probably a bit more.
Yeah, it's just, these things just make me curious. Anyway, so all these applications have been submitted in connection with the loss of essential property, with values ranging from 50 to 100,000 rubles per person claimed, depending on the actual item lost and the amount of damage, such as your home, your garden. These 2 things have different values, apparently. So, currently, 32 persons have received payments in the amount of 1.6 million rubles. That works out to be 50,000 rubles per person in the household, which is $535.80. Now, we know that in Russia things can be a lot cheaper, and they don't make a great deal of money anyway. They have to make ends meet in a lot of different ways. However, this is what, 1 to 2 months' pay, even there. And that's got to replace and compensate for everything they've lost. What if they've lost absolutely everything but the clothes they're stood in? You're not going to replace that for 2 months' wages, are you? Definitely not. You know what the best news about this whole thing is, Nancy?
What's that?
It's going to get worse. The flooding isn't over yet. On the morning of April the 13th, the water levels in the Ural River reached 11.71 meters, and the governor noticed after this that there was no further increase during the day and expressed hope that this would reach a plateau. However, despite dropping water levels in other areas, flooding remains in a larger zone because it's now spreading out, basically. So it's spreading out. And,
Yeah, I can tell you a story about flooding. There was when we were looking at our current property, we also looked at a property which was near a river and thought it was high ground, but it looked a little bit questionable. And we saw one of the locals fishing and asked the young man how well. My husband asked him how high the water gets, and he said, "Mister, it ain't how high the water gets; it's how wide the water gets." And I think that's what Russia is experiencing as well.
Well, that's right. Well, once you've sort of bottled it up in one area and it gets to a certain height and overflows, then when those banks crumble, a much bigger body of water spreads out. So that's what's been happening. So even though the water levels are going down in some areas, it's spreading and spreading a lot further. So, the Russian government have a lot of priorities, but certainly none of them are to find any money in the budget to help their local people. I mean, the head of the Ministry of Finance is promising out loud to always find additional money for war in the budget, and says if there's no money for it, the government plans to unseal the National Welfare Fund, where at the end of 2023 there were 4.7 trillion rubles of liquid assets remaining. Now then, they did do that, didn't they? And the welfare fund has been it's been looking a little bit lean recently, especially in regards to the fact that they seem to be flogging off gold because they've not got any real currency that they can spend in there. Just pointing that out. So I was saying about the water levels. Oh no! So as of yesterday, the water levels were still rising in Orenburg and Kurgan. And Orenburg, again, was urged to completely evacuate. The water level in the Urals exceeded the dangerous mark by 255 centimetres. More than 2 meters. Crikey. So, when you've got like a dangerous level, I live near the coast, so on the seawall we have a low tide and a high tide sort of mark. Well, on the seawall we have a high tide mark actually, and it says basically when the sea comes in, this is how high it will be. Don't be stood where you are. So you know that even though it's way out there right now, at some point it will be over your head on this wall during that day, and so. That's the dangerous mark. Now, if that was 2 meters higher, my entire area would be flooded. Absolutely, completely. So 2 meters. 2 meters. So it's a lot of additional water that. Ooh. So we know that this has also affected Kazakhstan quite badly. And the president of Kazakhstan has announced the postponement of the Astana International Forum, which was planned for June the 13th to 14th, and postponed it to next year because he said the decision needs to be made to save money on things that they don't need right now against the backdrop of the floods, that they want to spend money on that, replacing their infrastructure and providing, their locals with assistance, because that's what a country does. Look at that. Kazakhstan doing the right thing by their people, blowing off some international forum in order to have some extra money to help the people. What a good idea, eh? You won't see Russia doing that. Anyway, so we spoke about people getting 20,000 or 50,000 rubles to compensate for losing everything in the flood, right? Let's just have a little tiny look at the house prices, shall we? So prices for the purchase of suburban real estate have increased by over 30%, even though inflation's under 8%, of course it is. No, it's not. So, in the Saratov region, 55% was added to the average cost of a property, which says here, the average cost is now 3.1 million rubles. Remember what people were getting? 50,000 rubles at the most. Maybe 1 million rubles. Novosibirsk region went up by 50% and is now around 3.9 million rubles. Volgograd and Chelyabinsk by 47% each, and are now 2.9 million rubles on average, or 2.2 million rubles respectively. So, as you can see, that money there wouldn't even purchase half a house in most of these places. So, yeah, that's going to be a problem. Now, remember, over 75% of the Russian population have less than a month's worth of savings. Thousands of people have lost everything in the floods. I mean, everything, including the money that they were keeping stuffed in their mattresses, probably. Because, you know, if your house washes away, it might take you a while to find that mattress.
There goes the mattress.
Exactly. Exactly. There goes your money. So, just pointing out that prices are going up. Imagine if you were living in Russia. Horrible thought. Anyway, think about it. You don't have much confidence in the value of your currency. You're going to spend money on something before the money has lost more value. Now imagine losing absolutely everything you purchased to invest your money in. Indeed. Now, in
Well, and
Kazakhstan,
then if you actually were able to replace the house, you'd find that all of the Russian furniture stores, quote unquote, well, probably weren't making the furniture you need to put in your house.
all the furniture shops and yeah, factories burnt down, didn't they? Pretty much. Yeah, lots of them. So all those furniture warehouses, yeah. Who'd have thought that they would have needed them now, eh? What a shame. Now, in Kazakhstan, they're a little bit more, forward planning. They've actually got a half an idea of what they should do to protect themselves. And so they have started an urgent engineering work to deepen the mouth of the Urals in anticipation of what they call large bodies of water from Russia. It's almost like they're invading with floods now as well, isn't it? Because all these floods we're hearing about in the Russian regions that border Kazakhstan are also happening in Kazakhstan, because water is a bit like Russia, doesn't respect any borders. So they are carrying out an accelerated engineering work to deepen the mouth at the Ural River at its confluence with the Caspian Sea. The administration of the region of the Republic reported, and so they are deepening the mouth to provide like a basin, really, for the water to sort of calm itself in, sit, rather than keep flowing down stream. So that's they're actually doing something to try and help themselves. And look at that, the government's got mobilized and done something. Incredible how they can do that, isn't it, when they're just this little place called Kazakhstan that's sort of stuck in Russia. So it's incredible what you can do when you really want to look after people. And there's Kazakhstan doing something really quite important that should help them out. And Russia's not going to be helping them at all, are they? So, or even themselves, It's strange to see just cross a border and you just see two totally different attitudes. Jenny, welcome back.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. It's been glitchy all morning. It's like Elon Musk doesn't want me to speak, but it doesn't look like he has that much luck shutting me up. So here I am. If only Russia hadn't invaded Ukraine, and IKEA would still be there, then they could have affordable, cheap furniture. But they did invade, and there is no IKEA left there. Oh well, sucks to be them.
I've heard IKEA may be looking to open up some stores in Ukraine soon.
They have already opened some stores. I think that they're looking to open even more stores. So, more places that they can't go and get cheap furniture at. I'm pretty sure that Norway and Finland, well, Finland we know, but I'm pretty sure Norway has blocked the entrance at the border crossing in near Murmansk up in the north. And there is an IKEA, like, I believe it's like actually on the Swedish side, but there's a city in the Swedish half of the city is called Haparanda, and the Finnish side is called Tornio. And the Russians would come to the store a lot and spend a lot of money. I think that that is no longer the case. I think it's just Swedes, Finns, and Norwegians shopping there now. So they can't even get in through the back door. Sucks to be them.
Oh, they bring these things on themselves, don't they? But you'll be really glad to know that bailiffs in the areas that are flooded have made the kind decision that they're not going to collect on any debts at the moment. That kind of them, isn't it? So, well, you know why, don't you? Because they haven't got any front doors to kick down.
And all the money floated away under the mattresses.
Well, exactly. So at least you won't need to worry about a bailiff knocking on your front door. You just don't have a front door for the bailiff to knock on. Awkward. Yeah, so that's why they aren't coming around. So it's kind, isn't it? It's kind of them just to not come and break your legs, because they won't be able to find you because you haven't got a home for them to come and harangue you out. Now, remember me saying that there was a manufacturer of BMP3s that may also be about to suffer from the flooding? Well, also, the flooding is expected to get worse in this area. So let's just have a little look at this. So far, the water level has been about 5 meters, but it's been rising by almost a meter every day. Now, if it were to reach a height of 12 meters, it probably won't, but we could all club together and hold out hope for Mother Nature to do this with every faith. Anyway, it would flood in that area the most important defense industry, which is Kurgan-Mash Zavod, the only manufacturer of BMP3 and BMP4. And let's just say there is a couple of messages out of the area going, "Oh, we think this is going to be flooded. We're a bit worried." And, I love it when they're a little bit worried. So, yeah, a little bit of worry going around. And, you know me, I sort of enjoy that a lot. Now, I don't know if anybody else has noticed a pattern, but Nancy, have you spotted how many trains keep throwing themselves off tracks in Russia these days?
Oh no, there are more?
Well, sorry, I just popped a crisp very loudly into my mouth. So you're going to have to deal with me chewing as well. So, there have been a further 2 derailments in the last 2 days. A freight train car yesterday in Sverdlovsk region, which, let me see, disrupted the movement of other trains. And a tanker car, so that's like a tank rather than, like a one with a gun on, one that's like a boiler type shape. As part of freight number 2017 on the Nizhny Tagil to Serov route, derailed the day before. So the Ural Transport Prosecutor's Office reported this. Traditionally, there were no casualties to report. However, it was notable that both times train traffic was quite severely disrupted. The causes of these derailments are unknown. However, a railway incident also occurred on Thursday afternoon, April the 11th, on the Chelyabinsk region railway. And again, it was a empty tank car that derailed. Now, I'm not saying that these things are getting broken, but I would say that their maintenance is, well, they've been using these tanker cars to move around fuel, obviously, and they've been having to use them an awful lot more. And I just wonder if there's starting to become a little bit of a wear and tear problem. I don't think these are all sabotage. I think this is lack of maintenance. Although there may be one or two sabotage in there. James, welcome up. You've come to join us.
Yes, and good morning, shipmates, and happy Sunday. It is good to be here with you. It's interesting about these trains leaping the rails. It makes me wonder what their motivation is, and sometimes I think you ought to break out the sensitive topic material, but I don't think in this case we need to do that because those poor trains, they're desperate, and they're leaping the train. We just have to understand that's in Russia, and so it's about Russia, really. They have to fix themselves, and then their trains will not be so desperate and throw themselves off rails. So anyway, that was my comment. Hope you take it well. Hope it's funny, and I just want to thank the team for their flexibility and follow through. And so we need that mutual support, as do we all in the world vis-a-vis Ukraine. And I just had a Sunday morning thought, and that is that what do we really want from the USA? Do we want a USA superpower? And I'm going to define that as about greater than equal to 5.3% of defense spending GDP times the GDP. And so you get that idea of power then. And that's the superpower. And then the other part of the definition is, well, the average of other countries in your alliances are less than 2%. Or I'm sorry, greater. Yeah, greater than 2%. So no, I'm sorry, less than 2%. My apologies for getting all this wrong. And both those are floating numbers, but you get the idea that a superpower really is a ratio against other countries. And do we want that USA, United States, to be a superpower, or do we want this to evaporate by kind of equality, and not necessarily strict equality across countries, because there are surging needs sometimes, right? And we see that, but it just helps us think better about the defense of democracy. It has to be spread around the world. It has to be mobile to support, the transshipment under Article 51 from one country to another. So it really calls for us to, think globally about what we want from the USA. And ultimately, I think we want every nation in our alliance to be a superpower, in the sense that they're trying to get to equality of GDP. But for now, because they have it, and because post World War II, they understood formally that they took on the role of being the superpower, so that nascent democracies whose living memory was full of empire and imperial wars of aggression and conquest, uh, it it was a reason that we had, and it was a good fit for the time. It was a good decision, and we're going to grow out of that, I hope, by looking across all of our different treaty alliances to see who's doing what. Are they keeping up? And I heard the Spanish prime minister talk about the need to do more, but yeah, I was like, okay, well, that's nice. That's that word part. And maybe that's a start. Maybe that'll be the match that lights the fuse that takes the signal rocket into the sky so that, so that everybody can respond in time. So anyways, that was my Sunday morning musings. Thank you guys for hosting. Love you.
Thank you, James. So you nearly caught me chewing another crisp then as well. I had to that one quick. All right, so thank you. Every time you talk, I get fed. I know. I didn't manage to eat earlier. I was too busy doing other things. So now then, would you like a little report from the battlefield, which is not great for the Russians? Because I would. These things do cheer me up a little bit because we see all this 50,000 foot view. We see all these people saying, oh, you don't want to do it like that. Oh, they're not doing that right. Oh, this is, oh, they're losing. No, all this doom bullshit. And then we look at the reality. Okay, so here's the reality. A Russian serviceman has been posting, and he's involved with transport and evacuation. So he's one of those that actually doesn't shoot. He just drives. I know, amazing. They all say that when they're captured, by the way. I don't shoot, I just drive. Yeah, sure you do. Where's your vehicle? Ah, yeah. It's a bad excuse when they're sending them out in meat waves, isn't it? Where's your vehicle? Oh, yeah, good point. Anyway, he describes on his Telegram what's going on in Robotny. Now, I've been told that that's how I say it from a Ukrainian person, as in, like, he drew a little robot and then a little knee, right, and pointed at it. So I'm hoping this is right. So anyway, Robotny. And it is an area of extremely intensive fighting that is very, very dangerous due to heavy Ukrainian firepower. It's not what we've been hearing at other places, is it? Anyway, he says they aren't lacking in any firepower in this area and puts a spotlight on the Russian TV, saying that they are painting a completely opposite picture to what he's seeing on the ground. Well, shock upon shocks that the Russian TV would tell some lies, but it appears he's figured it out. So let's have a little look at the sort of the scathing stuff that he's got to say here. 1 second, crisp in my tooth. Okay, better. That's why I've got really long pointy fingernails, honest. No, it isn't. But anyway, Zaporizhia front, direction, Robotny / Verbove. So, once again, we are driving with one of the commanders along frontline roads to the position of the soldiers. The sounds of heavy artillery fighting can be heard everywhere. The earth literally shakes beneath us. We're not eating. We are flying away. At any moment, an enemy missile or FPV drone could arrive. The enemy is shelling all roads. They reach everywhere. On the roadsides, there are crosses and monuments to our heroically fallen warriors. The commander will say, "This is the cross marking a grad MLRS crew. Very, very young guys." FPV drones. Got them. And they had full ammunition. They were just set out to work and they were taken out along with all their stuff. Sorry. I added that bit. Anyway, this is a monument to them. HIMARS reached their position and all died and all was lost. The whole front road is exactly like this. These stories continue to bring a lump to your throat and tears to your eyes. Young men, our guys. You no longer hear explosions nearby, but the whole horror of the war is before you. Everywhere, fragments of missiles, lonely burnt trees, ghosts, crosses. Dude, you created that. Hello? This is your land of your creation. This is Rusky Mia, dude. You're not enjoying it? Funny that. Anyway, with a heavy heart, we move on. Indeed, we do. Because they are waiting for us in the trenches. They need our help. The soldiers heroically, desperately, continue to fight. It's hard. Everyone is tired. They advance centimetre by centimetre. Yes, we have noted at this rate it will take them about 40 years or something to get to Kyiv. Anyway, but the battles are very bloody. Only when you are with them do you understand how difficult it is. We have noticed, yeah, because it's the same with Ukraine. It's only the people who go and see for themselves that understand just what's going on. And even then, they forget when they leave country. Shocking, I know. But anyway, in the evening, the earth began to shake again. The cats all huddled close to their beds. Now, I'm not sure if he's talking about the cats as in the guys or the cats as in there were some cats, but...
Yeah, that was my question.
Yeah. You see, one of the words that they use for Ukrainian units is there's been a lot of what I've noticed, especially ladies, calling the unit that they look after their kittens. And I wonder if this is where it's come from, that the Russians have a word that's very similar to cats for the dudes, the unit, the group. You know, there's a lot of nuance in language, isn't there? And they do like to take the mickey out of the Russians quite a lot. So the fact that they've been saying, we've bought our kittens all new head protection and stuff like that, that just sort of brought that to mind when he said the cats have all huddled. I thought, So anyway, I kind of feel as though there's a language joke in there. I don't always get. So, 5 kilometers from us, heavy fighting began. We hear exits and arrivals, endless flashes and roars, an artillery duel continued heavily until the morning. Having arrived back home, however, we turn on the TV and they tell us that the little Russians, the Ukrainians, are exhausted. They have nothing to fight with and they will capitulate soon. But no. Unfortunately, in reality, everything is not like that. They have everything. They do have missiles. They have massive swarms of drones, both the technology and the communications. Drones do not even allow you to raise your head. You cannot walk, drive, or even breathe in some of these areas. Missiles fly like drones in flocks. The Baba Yaga is a serious problem for us. She destroys combat crews and equipment. Our fighters sometimes fight drones with shovels, and yet, with hands bleeding, they're digging in vehicles to save equipment from mines being dropped from this flying creature. So it seems as though the Baba Yaga has become a real nightmare for them. How awful. I do like a vampire drone. But one of the favourite things that I found that it does is it carries other drones. So it carries a bunch of like FPV drones to a location and then acts as like a communications repeater for them. So they can be fully charged up. They don't have to go to a location and use up their energy. They can literally go off from there and they've got so much more range because of that. And it's like a little mothership taking her babies out. I think it's beautiful. Anyway, there is a little bit more to this story. So,
wait, there's more?
There is a little bit more, yeah. This last bit ends in all caps, so I take it you got a bit stressed. So, we don't know why they're trying to lure the vigilance of the Russian people from their screens, but we know for sure without the people and their help to the front, the soldiers there would not be surviving in the trenches. That's right, volunteer cars, tanks, drones, sites, etc. These are everywhere. We would like for everything not to be needed in this war, knowing that our soldiers have everything. But no, this is completely different. Our heads are currently spinning with requests for help, and how to help everyone. We cannot. And we are again going to the front to help our own because nobody else is helping them, in big letters. So, yeah, so it would seem that he's trying to make a point that that they're doing this sort of, crowdfunding, people driving to the front line to drop stuff off, and that they find it very harrowing and troublesome for them, Nancy. Just like Ukrainians are doing. It seems to be a problem of their own making.
It sure sounds like it.
And you've got to also remember that the Ukrainian authorities are also providing some help and equipment. So can you imagine if that part just wasn't there? Literally, you just handed an old gun from somewhere and some ammunition comes along every once in a while. And everything else has to be supplied by yourself. Well, Ukraine would have been in a much worse position, put it that way. Yeah, that seems to be what's happening here. It's all just very unplanned. Let's do this will sort it out. Let's do that'll sort it out. But the whole time they're lying on the news about how Ukraine are weak and they're about to fall and at any minute now. I know we can be a little bit sorry, I'm just watching another truck wash away now in the Kurgan region. Sorry. I just retweeted that so you can see a truck sinking because I found that funny. Yeah. So, they're putting out all this sort of propaganda of, we are so heroic and everything's going to be great. But did you notice what he said about that trip down the road? That there's a monument to the guys because, well, there's no bits of the guys left to take home because they rocked up with their nice new artillery piece, whatever it was, and a big pile of ammunition, and they were all just getting ready to go, and a HIMARS visited them. Now, to me, that says, yeah, that's kind of like can't park there, mate, isn't it? Very much. It's just like that's a sign. It's a sign that you're probably not welcome. That's what I'm trying to get at. Yeah. Who'd have ever thought that something like that would, just they wouldn't actually think, I wonder why that happened. Why did we needlessly lose those young men? Oh, that's right, because we're invading a country that we shouldn't have even been in the first place. It's all very strange. All very strange. So, yeah. One thing we can say about drones, however, is that Ukraine have, it would appear, maybe not entirely the numerical advantage, but the technological advantage. It seems that they are very good at avoidance of Russian EW now, which is something that the Americans found out to their detriment, Nancy. There were all these American drone building groups, and they were all like, oh, go test some of our drones. Feel free. And they handed over some drones thinking that they were all Billy Big Pants. And it turned out that none of the American drones were any good with Russian EW. They were all being taken down by it. And the reason being is because they were designed based on previous capabilities, previous year's capabilities, and had not necessarily been updated to the current situation. And so it came as a bit of a surprise to them that Russia had got so very good with electronic warfare. And now they're asking the Ukrainians very, very nicely how they get around it. It's funny that, isn't it? How just suddenly these things, shoes on the other foot. I also did notice as well that there is one American company who's put out a sea drone. And you know what it looks like? It looks like almost exactly like a Megura drone. I do wonder if they've got the copyright for that. Because if I were Ukraine, I'd be saying, ho, 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 that's ever so close, mate. I bet you it doesn't operate as well as theirs, but still. Speaking
hand over the licensing fees and no one will get hurt. There you go.
It's amazing when you have a good idea, other people want to know it too, isn't it? So yeah, these are just these little things, just appear to consistently be happening, and it's like we said previously that Ukraine's innovation will teach us all. At some point, they will be training all of us in warfare, drones, and future technologies. It's it to me seems obvious, but we've got to save them first. We've got to help them save themselves first. Ex-boyfriend once said to me, I've got a point here, right? That, you know what I like about you? You're not a damsel in distress. You don't wait around for anybody to save you. You'll save your darn self, and then you'll tell me about it later. And I know I broke up with him because he was something I needed saving from as well. But in the end, but that's the point, isn't it? Ukraine are very much like that. That they've asked for help. Okay, right. So that's not happening right now. Well, I tell you what, we're not going to be crying into our cup of borscht or whatever, borscht. No, we're going to get on and we're going to do something about it because, well, we better blimmin' have at this stage. So, and did I not save this to me bookmarks? No, I blimmin' didn't. Well, anyway, it's about 85% of newly produced ammunition in Ukraine is now Ukrainian made. And I just wanted to point that out, that all the new stuff that's being produced is actually being produced in Ukraine and in conjunction with other defense companies and things like that. So they are going to be a powerhouse. They really are. But do we want to lose all that that's been created? Because I tell you what, Russia would love to get their hands on all of that stuff. So, the time is now. P, I'll get off the pot. I'll say it nicely. And talking of which, I note we are coming up to a time of swappage. So, well, I see John is here already. And if you're all right, Nancy, I'm going to pop out because I really, really need to go and have a neck massage. I've got a friend who's going to do that for me in about an hour. So I'm going to go and have a wash first.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because I can't have anybody touch my skin if I haven't, completely had a shower. I'm that kind of person.
That seems more than fair.
Yeah, I mean, you can't expect somebody to work on you and touch you bodily unless you've at least done your part. So I'm now going to go and make sure I'm extremely clean in all ways so that I don't smell of anything other than flowers when she turns up.
None of those chips or anything else, huh? Crisps.
Yeah, I have eaten nearly a full tube of Pringles to myself this morning while we've been chatting. So, yeah, think I'm okay for a snack right now.
Recommend you follow that up with a bar of chocolate or something. It always goes down really well afterwards.
I blimmin' do need to do that, John. I am so skinny. I'm like a toothpick. It's unbelievable. And I think partially anxiety, partially metabolism, partially just I forget to eat. Anyway, enough about my ridiculous lifestyle. I'm out of here. We'll leave you to it, guys, because yeah, I need to go and be ready. So I'll see you in a bit.
As long as you're not a haunted pencil, that's the important thing there. Have a good one, Mockers.
How are you, John? Alrighty, I think that
Sorry, yeah, okay, just
no worries
was
there.
just
Yeah, I asked you how
making
you
the
were.
Yeah, I heard that. I was just making the transition from speaker to co-host. I didn't want to mess things up and probably crash the space because I tend to do things like that. But yeah, I'm good. I've just been out enjoying the last of the cherry blossoms today, so we've had a picnic. It was 27 degrees and sunny. It's a beautiful day today, so I'm kind of not used to the heat yet. So all good. But yeah, it's a lovely day and trying to catch up with stuff. How are you, Nancy?
I'm doing good, doing good. No cherry blossoms here, but I am looking forward to pictures of them from a conversation buddy in Ukraine as well. She was headed to the far western Carpathians, where they have apparently a lot of cherry blossoms that bloom at this time of year as well too. So I can't wait to see those photographs.
Should be good. I was seeing reported on the NHK website that some people had been sort of looking at the cherry blossoms in some park in Kyiv. And of course, you know, the Japanese press will love to get onto that kind of thing and interviewing people and their kind of current state, the current views of how things are going on. And yeah, it looks like it. Well, it's an international thing, of course, but it's a big thing here. Very beautiful.
Absolutely, I'm sure. All right.
So,
Well,
as a
John, if you
very
don't mind, I need just a moment and I will be right back.
sure thing, I was just getting settled in here. I see that we have, of course, we have a fundraiser which is still going on. So before I forget to do that in the 2 hours that I'm here, I'll just remind you that we are, of course, raising money for tactical gear, and this is for 2 SBU Alpha units currently fighting on the front lines, and combat air protection, tactical plate carriers, jackets, boots, etc., etc. May not sound like the sexiest thing around, but if you're fighting on the front lines, then those kind of things can make a huge difference to you. It's one less thing to be worried about if you've got the proper gear going there. So if you have a bit of money spare, then please access that link and donate if you can. Mockers, can't get enough, can you? Go ahead.
I just can't. There was something I forgot to mention, and that is this young Ukrainian girl who was running in the Boston Marathon. Well, I'm hoping that other people spoke about her. Right? 12 years old. She's lost both her lower legs. And she decided that she wasn't going to be deterred by anything. No, she was going to drum up that Ukrainian spirit that we find in most of them. And she was going to run 2 kilometers of the Boston Marathon. So she set herself this goal to do 2 kilometers. And that was pretty heroic considering she's running on prosthetics. She's running on these, running blades, which is proper cool as well. They do look kind of cool. Can kind of bounce on them. I think they look pretty nifty. Anyway, so she's running on her running blades. And she decided that she was so comfortable running, she went on and ended up doing 5 kilometers. Now, how's about that for just don't give up attitude? I want to say heroism, real, but not heroism in the fact that she did it and she did more than she was supposed to. Heroism in the fact that she didn't look at her situation and say, my life is over. She didn't at any point let this hold her down, hold her back, stop her from doing things. In fact, if anything, she's gone on and she's made it something that is going to enable her to help Ukraine. And folks, if that doesn't put a lump in your throat and bring a tear to your eye, I don't know what blimmin' does. You must be made of stone, because it kind of made me a little bit, and I am pretty much made of stone. So yeah, I just thought I needed to celebrate that because we don't always celebrate these people enough, and we really should. So there we go. Just thought you would like that, Nancy. I just had to pop back and bring that to you. Now, I really need
Yes,
to
thank
go
you so much. Yeah, I think it also, definitely makes it clear. If I recall right, Yana is one of the survivors of the Kramatorsk train station strike in 2022. And it definitely points out that you can phrase somebody as a victim, you can phrase them as a survivor, and she is definitely a survivor. She has not let this hold her back, and the video from United 24, and I think I've seen it on several other feeds as well this morning, is just so inspirational. Yeah, Anton Gerashenko and United 24 have video about Yana's run, and it's just so exhilarating to see. And I'm so
Yeah,
glad that she brought that to us. It's beautiful.
yeah, as it's kind of gone across my feed. I haven't looked at it in great detail, but yeah, hearing Mocha's describe that, then that is that's quite something, isn't it? That really is quite something. And Mocha says that she's she's not a softie, but right on the inside she is definitely. And yeah, that's a good story. I like that. So I see from the title of the space that Iran and Israel and booms and numbers and all kinds of things are in the title there. I kind of heard a little bit about this as I was getting up and getting ready this morning, but it's hopefully it focuses minds on Ukraine, Nancy, while we deal with these other problems as well.
Yeah, exactly. And I know that in the overnight hours while I was sleeping, there was, of course, a lot of discussion about United States and the bill that is still pending and has not come to the floor yet in Congress. We do know that the congressional agenda for next week, which had started with bills about washing machines and save our suds and some other miscellaneous stuff, has now been kind of rejiggered around. So I think there may be some more serious bills that head to the congressional desks. What we're hearing as of this morning, Forrest provided an update a few hours ago that it is what he's hearing is that there will probably be a false start, effectively, of an attempt to get a single bill for aid to Israel through, which will probably fall flat on its face and put Congress down the path in a couple of days of the consolidated bill. So for everyone in the United States, it is still time to do your weekend and letters and your calls to your congressional representatives and say, send the packaged bill because it's ready to go. They do their work in the House of Representatives and it lands on the president's desk faster than any other mechanism. So that was a good update to hear, at least that there probably will be action next week, but don't be surprised if there's a bit of a false start in the direction we don't want. You know how the United States government can be. It's very often that we'll eventually do the right thing, but bear with us as we go through a couple of moments of stupid along the way.
So it wouldn't surprise me, a few more twists and turns to come before we finally reach our goal. But yeah, let's hope that does go through next week. And as you say, if you've got 5 minutes, 10 minutes today, then get on the phone and leave a message and try and build that pressure there again to get them to do the right thing. Yeah. So yeah, let's hope that does go through. It's kind of ironic that, well, it's not ironic at all because it happens all the time, but the Shahid drone attack on Ukraine overnight, not too big this time from what I'm seeing in the back channels, 10 Shahid drones, 10 shoot downs. So pretty impressive work there by the Ukrainian defense forces. But yeah, as this massive attack was taking place in another part of the world. I mean, it's just like just another day kind of thing for Ukraine, yeah.
Yep, exactly.
And just kind of picking up, I think, from what Mockers was saying as well, that I mean, hopefully this this stuff will come through, or at least it will, you know, be that the money will be allocated for this sort of stuff to come through. But you, Mockers was talking about the sort of domestic production, which is taking place in Ukraine now, and NHK is reporting this. I think it's from Zelensky's sort of Twitter feed, President Zelensky's Twitter feed, but there's all sort of, they now have like 500 companies in place or something producing their own munitions and weapons within Ukraine itself. And it's reported here, as I'm trying to translate this as I go, that the American military aid is the future of American military aid has become, what's the word? Less than transparent. And that at this time they've been working on developing their own weapons. And this is one important part of our own procurement, is that we have to produce stuff on our own. And it's important that we begin to work on those things, especially drone manufacture and shells and artillery and all of these things, which they will be working on to produce inside Ukraine. So yeah, I think they're taking a very pragmatic approach here. As Mockers was just saying, they're not going to sort of like cry into their cups and bemoan their fate and say, woe is me. They're just going to get on with doing what they're going to do. And hopefully there's kind of enough to tide them over the summer into the autumn with what's coming from Europe and what they can produce by themselves. And then as the American aid starts getting back online and starts coming through again, then they can think about sort of taking back some of the land that they've been forced to concede over the winter.
Yeah, there's and bear with me. I think I know that the southern part of Ukraine was lit up with air alerts for a while, and Odessa was under threat this morning, just a few minutes ago. So I'm trying to see if I can find an update.
Okay, well, that again sort of sounds like, oh yeah, I'm just seeing that myself here now. There's quite a lot of regions that are lit up, aren't there?
Yeah, the whole east was noted earlier, and that's starting to clear, but the south is still under air alert as well. There were some of the Soviet jets, some of the Russian jets, sorry, up a little bit earlier, Su-35 and Su-34. So guys, we will keep an eye on that and bring you updates as we learn more. Good morning, good afternoon, Bull Terrier. How are you?
Yeah, hey, not too bad, thanks, Nancy and John. And thank you for all your hard work. And everybody, please retweet the space, support the fundraiser. I just thought I'd come up and notice, because I noticed that there was something interesting in the Kyiv Post, but maybe it's been talked about already. It was from yesterday. Probably Tracy's talked about it, but it's about an SBU defector in Moscow. So a former Ukrainian intelligence officer who defected to Russia in 2018 was injured when a suspected explosive device blew up under his Toyota SUV in Moscow. The Prado belonged to Vasily Prozorov, a former lieutenant colonel in Ukraine's SBU. It was blown up as he started the vehicle in a parking lot on Moscow's, now can I say this, Korovinskoy Highway. There's a dramatic video showing the moment when the SUV exploded, and apparently he was left with wounds to his arm and leg, needing to be hospitalized. He was an officer of the SBU until 2018, when he defected to Russia. In a 2019 press conference in Moscow, he said he had been collaborating with Russia, quote, for ideological reasons, passing information relating to Ukraine's anti-terrorist operations in the Donbass. So, you know, obviously, you know, we're very, very sad about this. And I think it just underlines what Budanov said, you know, deeper and deeper, and basically we're going to get you wherever you are.
Yeah, they've got their eyes on you. So keep looking over your shoulder, I think is the message we're getting there. Yeah. I think I did see that yesterday. I don't know whether with Tracy covered that. I didn't get to listen to Tracy's SBU section earlier on today or last night or whatever it is for you, Bull Terrier. But I think Mockers did mention it as well yesterday, and it's interesting they had somebody around there to film it as it was going off. So deeper and deeper from several directions. Ooh, sounds a bit rude. Dan, go ahead.
Yeah, that the SBU officer, the defected officer that was in Russia where his car blew up. They were talking about it yesterday, but I didn't have time to come up. But during the discussion, I remember Will talking a lot about all the refineries getting blown up. And I was thinking to myself, you know, maybe it's because the vehicle didn't have enough lubrication. Ha ha ha.
Oh, right. So it wasn't a bomb. It was just like a catastrophic engine failure. Yeah, maybe not.
Unscheduled engine disassembly?
One of those, yeah. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe it would have been a bigger explosion if they'd had some gasoline to put in the tank. Who knows? But yeah, thanks for sharing that, Bull Terrier, and thanks for offering your insight on that, Dan. Thank you very much. Bull Terrier, go ahead.
Sorry, yeah, there was just one more thing in the Kyiv Independent which caught my eye, and this is from today. There was a poll. Now, I think there's something, you know, questionable about this, but, you know, half of French youth willing to fight in Ukraine to defend France. Okay, well, you know, the article says over half of young French citizens would fight in Ukraine to defend France, according to a poll cited by Le Parisien. And I looked that up, actually, and it is on Le Parisien on April the 12th. Now, the poll was surveyed 2,300 young people aged between 18 and 25 last summer, and it was apparently between June and December 2023. 2,300 young people. I mean, it's not a huge sample, Apparently they asked the question, quote, if the protection of France required the country to engage in the war in Ukraine, would you be ready to defend your country? Now, of the respondents, 51% said yes, including 17% absolutely agreeing and 34% answering maybe yes. So, and then it says young French citizens also favour deploying French troops to Ukraine more than the older generation. In the survey, 31% of youth thought positively about deploying French troops on the side of Ukraine, while only 17% of those aged more than 50 agreed. So I kind of like, I like the Kiev Independent, and I kind of like the positive, I like the positive messages, but I'm not entirely convinced by that poll, to be honest.
Yeah, I did see I only saw the headline on that. It does. It seems like a strange question to be asking, but yeah. Thanks for introducing more of the details. Yenny, you have an opinion on this? Go ahead. While I get my thoughts together.
So, because Sweden and Finland were both quite frequently threatened by Russia, both through diplomatic channels and in open source media, they did a survey among Swedes asking, would you be ready to defend Finland if Russia attacks? Because that, in an extension, keeps Sweden safer. And I think it was like 80% of the Swedes said yes. It was like a really big number. And then the only article, like the only poll that I could find was from 2015 when they had asked Swedes if they would be ready to pick up a weapon and defend Sweden, and only 60% said yes. So yes, sometimes a poll doesn't really show a very balanced view, because that one would if you just look at them and you don't look at the dates on the polling, that would indicate that Swedes are more likely to defend Finland than they are their own country, and that's not necessarily true. So I understand your reservation on the poll, and also the wording of the poll. I thought, because I saw the headline that half of France's youth, I thought the sample size was a lot bigger than only 2,300. That seems like a very small sample size. Anyway, thank you.
Thanks, Yenny. Voltaire, go ahead.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. So yeah, the sample size, 2,300, but the question wasn't, are you prepared to protect France? The question was, if the protection of France required the country to engage in the war in Ukraine, would you be ready to defend your country? So I think, yeah, I mean, to me, the question is flawed in the first place. Yeah.
Thanks, Voltaire. There's quite a gap there, wasn't there, between sort of younger people and I guess we might call them Gen Xers and above. Did it kind of give any sort of background on why that might be the case? Or do you have any thoughts on that?
Sorry, let me just have a quick look.
Go ahead. Oh, a bit of humming always helps with reading. Definitely helps you find the right place as you're kind of skimming through it. Do it all the time.
All right. So young French citizens also favour deploying troops to Ukraine more than the older generation. In the survey, 31% of youth thought positively about deploying French troops on the side of Ukraine, while only 17% of those aged more than 50 agreed. So that's what it says. So.
That's the figure. Yeah, I'm just wondering, did it offer any kind of explanation or background or what might be at play there, or is that just what they reported?
No.
No. Okay. I think you just exhausted my knowledge of the French language with that, but I did understand you, so that's good. Yeah. Okay. Well, that is interesting, isn't it? I thought you're supposed to get more kind of conservative as you got older, or something. It's interesting that there's that kind of support amongst younger people. That's quite encouraging. Whatever the merits of this poll, I find that quite encouraging. But there you go. Oh, Leo's up. Oh, Voltaire, you want to come back one more time, or shall we go to Leo?
Sorry, I was just going to ask everybody. I don't know, but have there been any more recent statements or commitments by Macron regarding Ukraine?
I have not seen anything recently. That doesn't mean there hasn't been anything. But I mean, he's been doing a lot of talking, and we've seen basically feels like a kind of a government-wide, semi-coordinated information operation. I haven't seen anything that actually comes out and backs that. I think so. There was somebody was talking about it. Who was it? David Bailey was reading out a thread yesterday about 5 possible options for things that France might do. So I might try and dig that up, but I haven't actually heard anything, and I haven't heard about any commitments of new, for example, arms or anything. So maybe I'll see if I can find what David Bailey was talking about yesterday. Is that okay, Voltaria? Okay. Leo, welcome up. Nice to see you there, and go ahead.
Thank you so much. Thanks for everything you guys do. It's such a great space. You know, with regard to that poll, that isn't too small a sample size. 2,000 people. That's a pretty nice survey. As far as the results, you're right that the words can't be overestimated. The leap of faith there is simply that that France's safety is threatened. You know, that the fall of Ukraine would threaten France's safety, and I don't think that that's a huge stretch to say that. But definitely, you don't want to just like skip that part out. You don't want to just drop it out. As far as the funny results, that there's so many more young people in favor of fighting than older generation. That's probably because a lot of the older generation has kids of fighting age, and they would rather go fight themselves than let their kids go fight. Anyway, that's very interesting stuff. Thank you for everything. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Leo. Thank you very much. Yeah, 2,000 is actually, I mean, if you look at sort of national polling figures and that kind of thing, 2,000 is not a small number. Voltaria, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it would be really interesting to carry out that poll in the UK. I obviously, you know, would speculate on the response, but I think it would probably be lower, actually.
I have a feeling you might be right. It's really difficult to read that, isn't it? I think, but yeah, I wonder what it would be. Maybe somebody will do that kind of polling. That would be really interesting. And actually, kind of, I mean, it's not entirely related, but looking around Japan, I wonder how many people would respond to those kind of things if, for example, North Korea attacks South Korea or whatever, you know, those kind of situations. An interesting one. Voltaria, go ahead.
Well, Japan seems to have really stepped up recently, actually. So yeah, that would be a very, very interesting poll to read.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in terms of the noises it's making about kind of what's going on in Ukraine, and a sort of a much more, what's the word? Not aggressive, but sort of staunch response to various provocations from China as well. There really is kind of quite a market shift here going on, I think. And I think Kishida, in this sense, is doing a really good job in kind of leading the way on this. But actually, Kishida's cabinet has an approval rating currently, I think, of 19%. There are several other reasons for that. I don't think it's the approach he's taking to defense and international relations, but it's an interesting one. We'll see what happens. Paul Terry, go ahead.
Yeah, that was what I was going to ask you, actually. Well, approval rating of 19% is not great, but yeah, because you're there, I just wondered if you sense a hardening or a stiffening of resolve and a move towards supporting Western democracies.
Well, the 19% thing is base. I mean, where does it go back to? There's been a few kind of funding scandals about basic cash for access kind of things that have been going on with the Liberal Democratic Party. So it's more of a Liberal Democratic Party backlash against them, I think, is how I would describe it. And these are kind of things that were set up during the Abe administration. So basically, Abe has kind of left all these mines for people to step on as things have gone along, I think is how I understand it. And there's a lot of money been changing hands to get people in the right places at fundraisers to talk to various ministers and various powerful people within various factions within the Liberal Democratic Party. So I think people are a bit upset about that. Especially with the extremely high standards that other public servants are held to. So if you're caught speeding, there's a possible chance that as a public servant you might lose your job. If you drink and drive, you'll definitely lose your job. I mean, it's pretty strict on public servants, but they seem to be kind of running fast and loose with all kinds of things. So that's, I think, where the lack of support comes for. With regards to the hardening of attitudes towards China, this is definitely, we're definitely seeing this. I think I was talking yesterday, I don't know whether you were here, Bulgaria, but Kishida had been in Washington last week and met with Biden and President Marcos from the Philippines, and they're looking at sort of trilateral cooperation and trying to protect the Philippines from all the garbage stuff that China's been doing around there. China is, we should push back against China. They push back harder, so you've got to keep pushing back. But I think everybody's very, very clear about what China is about at the moment. And North Korea is obviously, I think, more of a worry now that instead of just being a bunch of idiots kind of firing off missiles and doing nuclear tests every now and then, they're kind of linked up with Russia, who's obviously supplying them with know-how in exchange for 3 million artillery shells. So there's all kinds of things going on. It's kind of shifting, and it's definitely kind of delineating into two different blocks, and it's pretty clear where Japan stands. And I think everybody's behind that. We're all looking across the ocean, and we can see where the possible future enemy is. And I think we're beginning to set ourselves up to kind of deal with that situation. We do see they're going to be training on Tomahawk missiles next. The Japanese military is going to be training on Tomahawk missiles next year. I see announced today. There's a whole lot of things going on, that's where we are. And as Kishida was saying in Washington last week, Japan is very much aligned with the United States and the liberal democracies on all of this. And the one phrase that comes out in every statement is maintenance of the international rules-based order. And obviously that is what's provided prosperity and stability for people to do business, to improve the lots of the people living in our various countries, make lives better for people. And we are very keen here to make sure that that carries on. Does that make any sense to you, Paul Terrier?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that.
Okay, and actually, while we're kind of on this sort of topic, there's another piece of news which I noticed yesterday with regards to the South Korean elections. Now, I'm not a great follower of things that are going on in South Korea. I do know that last year the South Korean president visited Washington when Kishida was there last time, and they had a trilateral to try and improve relations between South Korea and Japan. I think they did come to some kind of agreements, and relations were beginning to thaw between South Korea and Japan, because there's obviously a bit of history there. Everything seemed to be moving forward quite well. But with the South Korean elections, it looks like the opposition party have gained a majority in the parliamentary elections, which is going to make it a bit more difficult for the president. And they're sort of much more kind of, I wouldn't say anti-Japanese, but they have their certain issues with Japan that they like to kind of push through and these things. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there, because things had been kind of beginning to kind of firm up in terms of those relationships. And that could be another minor spanner in the works as things go forward. So little Asia watch for you there, everybody. But I hope that was useful for you. Obviously, we are focused much more on Ukraine here, but there's a lot of moving parts in all of this, as we've seen overnight. So a little bit of information there for you. And just to bring things back to Ukraine, I guess Mockers provided the overnight reports and so forth from Ukraine. As I was saying earlier, I think there was a Shahid attack last night, of course, with UAVs launched from Kursk Oblast in Russia, as well as 4 S-300, 400 S-400 missiles. And it looks like all the Shahids were shot down. So I guess that means that some of the repurposed anti-air missiles got through. I don't have information on what those what damage those caused, I'm afraid, at the moment. But just kind of more of the same sort of general messing around from the Russian side there over the report for the number of troops, personnel, and equipment that was destroyed on the 14th, or the report on the 14th, it was for 890 personnel, which is, as everybody knows, is now over 453,650. 5 tanks, 20 armored personnel vehicles, which is at a ridiculous number now of 13,765. My word. That's a lot of tonnage in metal, isn't it? 34 artillery systems, 1 MLRS, 2 anti-aircraft warfare systems, 34 UAV operational tactical level UAVs, 1 cruise missile, so that it shoots something down. Unfortunately, no submarines or warships, but matter of time on that one. It's a whopping 63 vehicles and fuel tanks. So I guess they're going to be moving stuff around in jerry cans soon. And a rather impressive 12 special equipments. I thought equipment was an uncountable noun, but I'm going to use it as a countable noun when I put special in front of it. So So that's a pretty impressive haul overnight for the previous day. I haven't managed to get through the general staff briefing yet, but yeah.
John, I do have a summary of the totals for the week, which I thought was interesting.
Oh yes, yeah, that would be good. Yeah, go ahead,
Nancy. And the weekly totals were 100 tanks, 214 armored combat vehicles, 236 artillery systems, 10 anti-aircraft guns, 9 air defense systems, 388 vehicles, 41 special vehicles. I'm not sure what which moniker they're providing that. And the total for the week was 25 enemy missiles destroyed and 279 UAVs destroyed. So that's the total for the last 7 days.
Which is pretty bonkers, really, isn't it? I mean, you think about it. My word, does I think you kind of think of the all of those what do you call it? All of those vehicles. You put them in a car park or a parking lot, whichever you prefer to use, and that could stretch a long way in several directions, couldn't it, Nancy?
Yeah, it definitely could. And I do have a couple of the damage reports from overnight. I'm not certain if they were from any missiles that got through. I did not get a chance to map that information. But there was a private house in Kharkiv Oblast, which was struck with an aerial bomb, resulting in the death of a 61-year-old woman and a 68-year-old man who lived there, buried under the rubble of their home. And the other damage was Russia had also attacked a residential center in Kherson, and a 48-year-old man was hospitalized and other injuries were minor, but there was definitely damage in the area as well.
And this is the reality, isn't it? Every day this is happening. Bull Terrier, go ahead.
Yeah, it's really interesting, actually. From well, we're talking about Japan. We're talking about different countries, and in regard to Russia, and I just wanted to mention that about Armenia. So there's been a whole host of articles recently about Pashinyan, the Armenian Prime Minister, holding meetings with various different bodies of the EU and USAID as well. And Russia's quite upset about this. I mean, Armenia, Pashinyan has frozen relations with the CISTO. But essentially, the problem is Azerbaijan. I mean, Russia doesn't have to do anything; they can just sit back and watch, and encourage Azerbaijan to do stuff as they have done in recent months, invading, hundreds of squares of kilometers of actual Armenian territory. So we're not talking about Nagorno-Karabakh. That's done with. But what Azerbaijan wants to do is basically invade Armenia to create a corridor with Nakhchivan, which is a part of Azerbaijan that is the other side of the border with Armenia and Iran. So essentially, at the moment, Iran is basically preventing Azerbaijan from invading Armenia to create this corridor, because the corridor would mean that Iran no longer has a border with Armenia. It would have a border with Azerbaijan, and then they would have to go through that to Armenia, and they're saying absolutely not. So yeah, it's interesting. Armenia is holding a variety of meetings with different EU bodies. They have an EU monitoring mission in Armenia, which is basically sort of keeping an eye on what's going on the border. But interestingly, in the news on the 12th, the members of a Swedish delegation visited the forward operating bases in a number of Armenian cities to meet with the Swedish mission members patrolling Armenia's border with Azerbaijan as part of the European civilian monitoring mission in Armenia. Quote, Sweden is contributing 10 experts to the European Union monitoring mission. And it's the second largest contingent of the mission. So there's some very, very interesting things going on in Armenia. They're getting support from not just the EU, but apparently Sweden as well as USAID. But yeah, this is a very delicate balancing act for Pashinyan, because we have Russian troops based in Gyumri. There's a big Russian base here, and Armenia depends on Russia for gas and stuff. And there's been a few statements by Shoe-Face Lavrov recently saying that I think he said the US and its satellites are trying to undermine the peace process. Yeah. So global issues affecting lots of different countries.
What is Armenia to Russia? What do they view it as? What is its kind of importance to them in terms of the influence that they can exert over it? And how are people kind of feeling in Armenia in general? How do you kind of assess that sort of shift that's going on? What's the reaction of people to that? Two questions for you there.
Well, that's an interesting one. I can only speak anecdotally, and to be honest, a lot of friends of mine won't talk about politics, or they are just interested in what's going on with Azerbaijan because it's an immediate, threat. But Armenia is a member of the Commonwealth of Independent States, right? The CIS. It's a member of the Collective Security Treaty Organization, which, as I said, Pashinyan froze any contact with. I think it was 2 or 3 months ago, maybe longer, basically because of the situation in Nagorno-Karabakh. Nagorno-Karabakh, I'm not sure how much you know about this or our listeners know about this, was an enclave within Azerbaijan, technically, legally part of Azerbaijan, but very, very Armenian. And 2 years ago, Azerbaijan just basically attacked and took Nagorno-Karabakh over. And there were Russian peacekeepers there who didn't stop it happening. Essentially, Azerbaijan has now just basically taken Nagorno-Karabakh. Now, this is a huge issue for Armenians. The vast majority, like probably 98% of Armenians in Nagorno-Karabakh, actually fled to Armenia, and they're now here as refugees. However, since then, Azerbaijan has actually occupied border areas of Armenia proper. So the ongoing negotiations now, what Pashinyan is trying to do, he's got this Crossroads of Peace initiative. What he wants to do is open the borders for transport, not completely open, obviously, but just allow transport to go through between Georgia, Armenia, Iran, Azerbaijan, and Turkey. And at the moment, you can't travel to through the land border to Turkey. There's a historical problem of Turkey not acknowledging the Armenian genocide. They have had some progress on that, actually, and apparently there are classes of people who can drive through the land border between Armenia and Turkey. I think it's something like foreigners and diplomats or something, but they still haven't opened it up. Azerbaijan-Armenia border is closed. Iran and Georgia borders with Armenia are open. There's a lot in Pashinyan's initiative that would improve all countries economically. I mean, for example, you know, all Turkish goods, the shops in Armenia are full of Turkish goods, but at the moment, they all have to be trucked north and go through Georgia and then back through the Georgian border. So there's huge opportunities there, but the sticking point is agreeing the border with Azerbaijan. Now there are some villages in the north of Armenia that basically Pashinyan has visited a couple of times and said to the villagers there, you have never been part of Armenia. Actually, you've always been part of Azerbaijan, even though those villages and the borders of those villages with Azerbaijan are currently being defended by Armenian troops. He's saying to them, look, we have to give up this territory because it's actually Azerbaijani territory, it always has been. And the problem with this is it's causing huge dissent amongst the Armenian population, who, having gone through this dreadful business with Nagorno-Karabakh in 2022, obviously don't want to see any more what they see as Armenian territory given up. But Pashinyan is trying very, very hard to convince these villages in, I can't remember the name, Teg, is it? I think up in the north. They would even have to move the road because these villages, and it's actually on the road at the moment, that right-hand road to Georgia. So they'd actually have to move the road over as well. So it's causing a lot of problems and a lot of dissent. So the people I speak to say, "Oh no, Pashinyan is awful. He's giving away Armenian territory." So yeah, it's a really big issue. But I think Pashinyan is being very, very bold, very frank with everybody, very open. You know, if he succeeds, and he's seems to be getting a lot of support from France, from the EU, as I said, from the States. You know, if he can agree that border with Azerbaijan, then that will solve a huge raft of issues. And his, as I said, his Crossroads of Peace plan, very, very sensible, very, very great idea if it can come to fruition.
Thank you for that, Walter. Really interesting. Thank you very much. Yenny, you have something on this? Go ahead, Yenny.
Just before, if you don't mind, I'm just going to give a quick update. I have to run, Nancy and John.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yenny, you okay to wait?
Yeah, thanks. No, I just wanted to, there was an update that we were doing a little earlier, John. It was about Israel and Iran and America. And I just wanted to give a brief comment. It was Joe Biden, President of the United States, is reportedly telling Israel in the back channel that it doesn't need to retaliate for fear of escalation. And that's led commentators who obviously are dialed into Ukraine. So that's funny. Where have we heard that before? I think Jenny was on earlier, and they were talking about not being able to strike oil refineries that ostensibly lead to the deaths of more Ukrainians. And it looks like it's definitely an American foreign policy objective here to quote unquote not escalate. So there's going to be more of that throughout the day. As you all know, Israel successfully defended itself against a huge barrage of almost 200 drones. And what's interesting is that people have compared it to the Ukrainians only had 70% success rates at times. Remember how big Ukraine is. Remember how many avenues of approach Russian / Iranian drones can have to go into Ukraine. And Ukraine still is fantastic at destroying these things. I would put it into this perspective for the listeners, because we were discussing it a few hours ago. Imagine every drone and every rocket Russia fired was fired at Kiev Oblast, just a third of it. I'm sure the Ukrainians would be destroying 100% as well. That's the size of Israel compared to Ukraine. So I think we have to keep touting Ukraine's successes, because apparently people have a poor understanding of geography and short memories, because they're not thinking about just how indefatigable Ukrainian defense for the last 2+ years has been. And unfortunately, if it takes this to help jog people's minds in the West, well, I think we should all take it. Jump on every opportunity to say, yeah, look what can be done when people concentrate forces, when allies work together, instead of being upset about the past, which is obviously that's a shame on the West. I think we need to take the bull by the horns here and start talking about reinvigorating the spirit of defense of Ukraine, and the example with Israel working with allies of Jordan and Saudi Arabia and the United States, the UK. I think this is the biggest argument, and this is a win for Ukraine. I think that's how we need to turn it around and discuss it and frame that conversation in talking about just how effective Ukraine already is and has been, and how more effective it'll be to remove the Russian threat. And I think the fact that, I'm not a U.S. politician, I'm not even a U.S. political expert, John. Nancy would probably be way better at this question, is what on earth, commentators have said this, not me, these aren't my words. What is this act of appeasement? Why is after a successful defense of a country with allies of the United States, why is that an invitation to not respond? Is this more of the same, Nancy, even, and John? Is this more of the same of we're telling our allies, Ukraine and Israel, defend yourself, but not too much. Don't go overboard. Where has that gotten us? Hasn't it gotten us conflagration? Hasn't it gotten us more attacks on allies around the world? And where is that going to go? So that was just I got a bunch of questions. Someone said start a space. I said I don't have time, but I will jump on MriyaReport and throw that out there. Thanks.
Yeah, Cool Terrier, you are seriously hot miking there. If you could mute yourself, please. Thank you so much. Yeah, Yehuda. I'm just kind of shrugging my shoulders at all of this now. I don't know what on earth is going on. That's a bizarre response. A really bizarre response. And I wish that I had the photo.
Isn't it more of the same?
It is more of the same.
How did it work in Ukraine?
But
how did that work for Ukraine?
Not working out so well, is it? Yeah.
I say, it didn't work in 2014. It's not working now.
Keep shrugging my shoulders. Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead, Nancy.
Yeah. No, just that it didn't work in 2014, and it's baffling that they're attempting the same approach now.
But do you think it's on purpose, Nancy? Is this like I just can't understand? Not one response. Like what message as an American does the administration give to you when you hear that? It almost seems odd. Not even a proportional response. Go ahead and give a proportional response, Israel, but don't respond at all. We won. You got it. You've got this.
To me, it makes me worry about what my government's hiding and what is the deeper issue that's at hand. And as Dryfly has said in this space many times, if there's a deeper issue that's causing that holdback, then freaking level with us. Give, the American society is owed at least some measure of rudimentary information about what they're perceiving the risks to be that we're not seeing.
What do you think? Do you think you're talking about China, Russia giving certain comments to the States? Do you think that's on the cards?
I don't know. I don't know if it's, is it that we're under provisioned and not prepared for the things that they have been saying are threats? When you look at the public threat information, what we don't know is, as normal citizens, is, do we have what we need for the Pacific. You know, do we have the assets we need positioned in the appropriate locations at the appropriate times? And you know, from a pure logistics perspective, are they worried about being overextended in a land-based combat when there's risk of naval assets needing to be deployed in the Middle East and the Pacific simultaneously? I just don't know. I don't know.
Gary, no, thanks for that. And I didn't mean to barge in, but it was just there were a few questions in the DMs because we had this chat about, I think, 4 hours ago. But if you want to move on, no worries. If you want me to stick around for another 15 minutes, I can. But it is important. I think there were a lot of, I would say a lot of Daniel and, oh shoot, not Daniel, Debbie Downers and Douglas Downers, and saying, well, you know, this sucks. You know, Israel gets support and Ukraine doesn't. And we tried explaining that the support proffered by the Allies primarily was able to be affected because there are a dozen NATO bases across Jordan, Syria, and Saudi Arabia, and they're literally sat right there. So it obviously, as these drones fly overhead, they're going to get intercepted or interdicted at some point. And I think people were pretty gloomy about it, but I think that there's a silver lining to this. I think I mean, if Israel doesn't respond at the behest of the United States because they fear that Iran will just, you know, cause more of a problem that might play into Russia's hands, maybe the silver lining might be, let's redouble efforts in Ukraine, because we know Russia will continue to do this. They're going to try to drag the whole, you know, different theaters of conflict in the world. They're going to try to drag everyone into a fight so it could snatch up as much of Ukraine as it can while we're asleep at the wheel. And hopefully this is a wake-up call to the West, and maybe one step backwards, two steps forwards, or am I just being an optimist?
I think that's one reading of it. I mean, who knows? Like Nancy says, it feels like there's I don't necessarily hiding stuff. Well, I guess they are. They might be hiding stuff, but there has to be some explanation for this frankly bizarre response. So yeah, let's see what happens. Thank you for that, Yehuda. I mean, I'm happy to take questions on that if that's what we have. I see Yenny and Voltaria have their hands up. I think Yenny was first. Oh, and we also got a lunchtime. I haven't seen lunchtime for a while. But Yenny, I don't know what your question's about, but go ahead.
Well, the thing is, so this conversation this morning, this is still not what I raised my hand. But anyway, so you said that the thing that you're like I got answered this morning was that I can see the projection of the axis of evil over the world, because the Swedish papers have already reported that Kim Jong-un is eyeballing Seoul and wants to take South Korea, and they're testing more and more of their own rockets. Also, they're having Russia test out their rockets in Ukraine, right? And then I could also see China, where again, Swedish papers have reported increased activity near Taiwan, including airplanes going there. There's a lot more. And then there was the joint naval exercise with China and Russia, and I believe it was like near in the vicinity of Taiwan. So that's kind of concerning. So I had like a clear image, and the piece of the puzzle I couldn't figure out was Iran, because I didn't think about Israel being one of their targets. And voila, yesterday happened. I was like, oh, this is what they're planning. So each member of the Axis of Evil have their own little targets that they want to mess around with. See how good I am at keeping my language PG-13. I do not get enough credit because these are not the words I actually want to use. But so you have these little pieces of puzzle, and if they keep the fires going, and they only dare to do this because I don't know what Europe's problem is. I'm pretty sure it's hard to pronounce and it's something really scientific. But it's like they're waiting for permission from the US. Go ahead, mobilize along the border of Russia and see if they, crap their pants or not, and see if they are going to have a reaction. Because right now they pulled away all their troops, not all of them, but most of their troops from, like, example, the Finnish border. And I'm thinking this is an excellent time to have a military exercise, like a big one in Finland, right up against the border to Russia, just to make them a little bit nervous. We can also put it in the Baltics, like it doesn't really matter. Amass huge amounts of troops because it does catch their eye. Because it happens when we have NATO exercises in other parts of the world, like up in Norway. It is the latest one where there was Nordic response, and that is land, air, and sea. And lo and behold, you had a lot of activity in Russia up in Murmansk because that is their closest base. And when we have Baltops, which is a NATO exercise in the Baltic Sea, voila, Königsberg keeps having exercises around the same time. So if we if we do what they do and divert attention away, let's pop up all over Europe, just have exercises all over the place and close to Russia. Then they won't be able to do as much boogery in Ukraine as they want to. Also, I'm wondering what happened. I want more detailed reports on what happened, what they did in Ukraine last night. Because I had a really good friend who was in the US military, and he said, when you see things acting up in other parts of the world, look to see where Russia doesn't want you to look. And obviously they want us to take the ball eyes off of Ukraine. So what really happened yesterday in Ukraine? That's what I want to know. Anyway, now I rambled enough. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not sure. That I think that there's some 4D chess. Like they did something in Ukraine last night. I think Russia's deflection and misdirection was October 7th. I think that was their big misdirection. That's how they've moved the world's opinion away from Ukraine because of giving Hamas a green light, supporting terror, supporting Iran, and so I think everything from that is what we're seeing today. But I will say this. You might be unaware, however, all of the battle groups, so a third of a brigade that were in Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, NATO forces, as of a year ago, the decision was made to augment those to full brigade strength. So that means that there are actual NATO serious formations on the border there because they don't trust Russia. But here's the one thing that Russia has that we don't have in terms of security. Russia has that security because they know we're democracies. We're not genocidal maniacs like the Russian regime is. So they know full well they could have 3 full brigades, Canadian and British led in Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, and no one's invading them, right? So they can do whatever. I don't think they really care. Whatever they have in Murmansk, I think what a 200 rifle special, whatever silly names they give to their units nowadays, that's been decimated twice. I mean, there might be 7 people there or something. They're not worried though because they know that the world, most of the world behaves properly. The real question is if their allies like North Korea, which I don't know if Seoul is real. I mean, to attack Seoul, to attack South Korea with U.S. military there, that's definitely a super bad move for North Korea. If it was China and Taiwan, another bad move for the region. But the only good thing about it is this: if North Korea did something remarkably stupid, if China did something remarkably stupid, that would be the gloves are off. The U.S. doesn't need to ask anyone else for permission to do a thing, right? Other people ask it for permission. And if you went after the strategically important South China Sea and the shipping that goes through it, and major historical U.S. allies like Japan and South Korea, the U.S. has a lot of investment in South Korea. Then that I would say, I'd argue the gloves are off. And at that point, that would force Russia into something more kinetic because it's going to be working with China and North Korea, and that bodes badly for Russia. Russia is not a peer-on-peer anything, right? It's all about the asymmetry. It's all about using subterfuge and chicanery and all sorts of nonsense. So the best thing for the hawks in the States would probably be that happening, because then the gloves are off. And you got to remember something. you know, the West versus the axis of evil is like Mike Tyson in a ring with 10 6-year-olds, and him pulling punches and not really wanting to hurt. You know, it's not a fair fight. All of Europe is sat out. Poland alone could do you know, a waltz to Chopin all the way to the Kremlin if they wanted to, but everyone is pulling their punches. Everyone is afraid of escalation. Everyone is looking for global security, except for a handful of rogue states. So I doubt that there would be some major attack, just in my opinion, from other of these strange regimes. Insofar as that their reply from the Americans would be catastrophic to them, and it would force them to show their hands and say, you know, China would not tolerate Russia sitting something out. North Korea, same thing. So Russia only benefits from the fact that we're ruled by democracies, right? They benefit from the fact that we can't just get up and invade, but they can, because they don't have rules, they don't have values, there's no morality. It's quite, you know, there's no objective morality to these criminal regimes. So having, yeah, I hate to say it because it sounds like warmongering, but it's almost like the more the bad guys do bad things in the open, the better chance for good people to stand up and fight. And it's the same story, you know, with the United States in World War II and World War One. A lot of times, people with the most to lose are the last to jump into it because they're trying to resolve it through other means. And unfortunately, in this case, it's the Ukrainian people who are you know, the ones who suffer from intransigence or indifference from other people. So,
Yeah, you bring up a good point, because I keep alternating between whether we're not prepared, or more likely it also feels like, you know, there's well, yeah, yeah, there's that axis of, and Jenny, I'll use the word, fellow who bonks noted, it's an axis of assholes. And last night I was looking at it going, okay, it almost feels like there's, you know, a pack of rabid chihuahuas running around, and you know, wait, is it something biting at my ankle or not? Is also the mood.
that's exactly what it is. Nancy, you got to remember something. The air defense arrays that the Americans and the Brits and other forces have between Syria, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Kuwait, the other Gulf states, they had a 24-hour notice of the Iranian attack. Okay, they saw things moving into place. There are three different, like, short, slow moving, medium speed. I'm not an air defense expert, but from what I can tell you in general, there are three major types of weapons defense platforms that track different things and destroy it. You're talking about, you know, 5 languages being spoken, each country having 3 sets of almost similar things but different. They have to be integrated, and I think something like out of 300 plus projectiles, 7 or 6 made it to Israel and they didn't cause damage. They're probably allowed to land just because it wasn't worth shooting them down. And the rest were destroyed en route. So anywhere between Saudi Arabia, parts of Iraq, Syria, and Jordan. That's how quick that's how good they are. Like, so this is not a lack of preparedness. It's like, do you really want, you really you're pushing us, you keep pushing us, and if you're going to keep pushing us, the response would be catastrophic. So I think the fear that maybe the U.S. administration has is Israel would be unopposed in Iran. They've got submarines in the Gulf, they've got ballistic missiles, and they have the ability to do a lot of damage, and the Iranians wouldn't be able to stop them. So it's almost like it would push, you know, perhaps Iran to do something outrageous. And I'm not talking about conventional. I'm talking about dirty bombs, attacking synagogues and cultural institutions around the world. That's kind of more Iran's forte. They're really good at killing civilians, right? So I think maybe that's their fear.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we have several hands here, so let's keep this going. I think it's Bull Terrier, then Lunchtime, then Yenny, and then Marcus. Go ahead, Bull Terrier. Bull Terrier, you may be talking to a muted mic.
Yeah, I can't hear him either.
Nope, I can't hear anything either. Okay, should we, Bull Terrier, try and sort that out? You may need to recycle. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Got me.
Okay. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
sorry. Right. Yeah. So, there was a lot there to process. And basically, sorry, Yehuda, apologies for my uninformed, opinions and comments. But, let me just start with, I completely support Israel taking out Iranian Hezbollah Hamas targets in the same way that I support the SBU taking out targets in Moscow or anywhere else, right? So I just wanted to get that clear. But there seems to be a dilemma. I think you were talking about the US response to this, right? I think so. And what happened with the attack on Israel yesterday was a massive escalation, right? And so my question to you is, what would be the response to Iran that would not risk massively escalating the conflict? So what would be a proportional and appropriate response to Iran?
Good question. So I don't think you have an uninformed opinion at all. So I don't know. Hope I didn't make you feel that way. I don't know the answer. I have some ideas. Uh, maybe one of the responses would be to mail every Iranian diplomatic mission a laugh track of people laughing, because that's kind of how they should be. That was actually a Will's joke there, ridicule and giggling, because it was such a pathetic strategic failure. But I think more realistically, strikes on Iranian maybe drone factories, although it would be a symbolic thing. I mean, these aren't highly sophisticated drones. They're lawnmowers, two-stroke lawnmower engines, 4 horsepower or something. They could make them anywhere, but maybe some kind of attack on that, or ballistic missile launch sites. I think trying to go in with very serious ordnance to their nuclear research facilities, Natanz and other places littered around Iran. I think that would be a bridge too far for the Iranians. They'd be pretty pissed about that. But as we've seen, perhaps asymmetrical responses might be in order. Stuxnet really screwed up a lot of the Iranian nuclear program, and that was done obviously anonymously. Don't know who did it, apparently, just like OJ. Can't find the real killers, right? So there are other things that the Israelis could do, but I think to not do anything, I don't know if this is like the smartest thing to do or the dumbest thing to do. Is it the smartest thing to do because, as Nancy said, maybe there's some 4D chess going on here. The Russians want the Iranians to gin things up, and the Americans like, no, don't fall for it. We know we'll all work together, make sure not a damn thing happens to your country. Iran is not technically capable, and then what we'll do is we won't allow them to suck the region into war. The Saudis really don't want it. Why don't the Saudis want it? Well, they've got oil, right? Iran wants to play games. Iran's already said to the world, we're going to mess things up in the Gulf if any of you do anything. They didn't say if any of you do anything, but they did say if your airspace is used to attack us, then we will attack you. So what does that mean to Saudi Arabia? That means when those Israeli jets do overflights and fly through Saudi Arabia to bomb an Iranian target, Iran's going to say, we're going to hit your refineries, we're going to screw up shipping, we're going to friggin' destabilize global energy markets. And is that worth it for zero casualties in Israel? Now, the Israelis might say, listen, we've been living under constant threat of rockets for 20 plus years. Our kids hear them in the night every day. We're tired of this, right? So that's the $64,000 question. What is it? What is a proportional response? Now, the problem is, people say that Iran is not rational. I think Iran is a pretty rational state actor. I think Iran is very happy to be Iran. And they don't want to be I was, right? Get it? Iran, I was. They know that if they up the ante too much, then they're going to get devastating response, and who knows? Maybe it'll trigger a revolution. Maybe it'll overthrow their government. So they're very no. I don't personally believe that's possible with the types of attacks Israel could conduct. But the Iranian regime, I think, suspects that that they have problems. They're on thin ice, and they have to be careful. So proportional response, totally dependent on a lot of factors that I don't have enough information about. But I would think that some kind of attack on Iranian soil, just to say tit for tat, maybe that's enough for the Israelis. Maybe the best answer is what the administration is saying: don't don't escalate, because we're going to play into their hands on a different level, like meaning with Russia, meaning with China, and that could be an answer. I mean, remember, the president of the United States, whether you love him or lump him, he does have access to the world's top intelligence. I'm not saying it's always 100% right, but he knows more about what's going on right now than any of us. And if the administration is saying don't, just wait, maybe there's something else. Maybe this is the catalyst that would get Saudi Arabia and Israel working together publicly. Maybe the entire Middle East. Maybe Saudi Arabia commits more to help pushing Qatar into dealing with Hamas to free hostages and destroy Hamas altogether, and we turn a page. Maybe this is an opportunity. I hope I'm being optimistic, but I mean, there has to be an amazing reason for a U.S. president who just recently said, Israel's going to respond, saying let's not respond. There's got to be a good reason, and I don't think it's because he's a chicken. That's my take on it.
Yeah, and I don't know, 300 drones and missiles is pretty much upping the ante there, I think. And the US had put out information that an attack was coming. The attack came. They were I saw the Lebanon US embassy was telling people to stay home, and there were missiles launched from there. So I think their intelligence is pretty good, as we all know, and I'm sure that Joe Biden and his advisors have got far more information than we have available. So I mean, I don't know whether they're calling it right or not is another thing, but certainly they're working for more information than the handful of OSINT accounts that we get to look at. So lunchtime, I think it was next. Go ahead. Can I make the obvious joke? Lunchtime, are you eating lunch? Sorry about that. Lunchtime? One more call for lunchtime?
I guess we'll go back to him for dinner.
I guess so, yeah. Or breakfast in my case.
He'll have to change his name though to dinner time.
I think he's just making mealtime or something. That would cover all eventualities. Yenny, go ahead.
So I agree with Yehuda, absolutely. I'm just wondering if the boldness of Iran and, well, the axis of assholes, I could think of so many worse words, but I'll stick with that one. Maybe they have been emboldened by the lack of action, because that part actually scares me. I think we should punch back and punch back hard, and none of this silliness where, like, oh, Ukraine shouldn't hit the oil refineries, or please have a measured response against the attacks on Israel last night. No, do a little bit more, punch back a lot harder than what they punched you. That is the way. So I was really bullied as a kid, and the bullying didn't stop until I started punching back. And I remember what my dad told me. Remember to never throw the first punch, but remember to throw the last. Make sure you end the fight on your terms. And that really worked. I was left alone after I punched out two guys. It helps being a feisty little 13-year-old girl. I was probably all of 5 feet at the time, but I'm thinking that works now too. Punch back, make sure you strike last, and make sure that you do it effectively. And I understand that Ukraine needs the weapons to do it. So I suggest that my country, all countries, that go through the wish list, break it up like a Christmas list, and everybody does what they fulfill that order and double it and send it to Ukraine and tell them strike back and strike hard. And Cobra Kai, strike back, strike hard, no mercy. That would be mine. And yes, I will be called warmonger in the back channel. Anybody who gets offended by my language, you're more than welcome to send me a DM that I will ignore. Thank you.
Thank you, Yenny.
It's only one
feisty.
problem, John.
Yeah.
The problem with that is it does work on the playground, but the problem is that I think, not to sound like I'm espousing zero-sum beliefs in geopolitics, but there is no punch Israel can give to Iran that wouldn't do. It's like Mike Tyson can't hit a 6-year-old without really hurting. They're just everything Israel could do, any kind of long range, medium range missile attack is going to cause phenomenal destruction in Iran. Not to the civilians. They're not hitting civilian targets. They're going to hit military targets to the point where Iran will, I think, have no choice but to escalate something somewhere, just because Israel can't hit it proportionally. That's actually it sounds like it's counterintuitive. Well, you think that's great. Well, it's not great, because again, Iran's on the other side of the Gulf. It can affect the price of your gas in Oklahoma, your plastic injection mold products in the UK. It'll affect everything, and I think that's just a calculation. I hate to say it might just be a numbers game. Just saying it's just not worth it, and Iran knows it, and that's why Iran probably did it, because it knows it's not going to get invaded by ground. It'll get pummeled by the air. It'll then use it to prop up its own regime and say, look, see, like great Satan, little Satan, they're attacking us. They've blown up all of our beautiful missile sites, and they'll gin things up, and they'll say other things were blown up. So it's almost, it just seems unfair, because Iran doesn't fight fair, right? It's not a traditional, bully on the playground punching the little kid who fights back. It'll do really nasty stuff. So there's a big question mark on it for me still. Although I appreciate the sentiment. Thanks.
Jenny, you want to come back on that?
Yeah, please. So I'm not suggesting that they should, level a city in Iran, but take out the factories that manufactures the weapons. That would be, I think, if you take out, I don't know how many factories they have, but if you take out, like, let's say they have 5 drone factories and you take out 3 of them, I think that will send a good enough message without devastating the country. Yes, you will have deaths, but you will also take out their striking capabilities, take out one of their missile factories or something. I'm not saying striking oil targets in Iran. Save that for Ukraine to do in Russia. Take out their refineries, because they don't export that much refined goods. That is mainly for their own in-house kind of thing. And give Ukraine the weapons to take out the drone factories and some of these manufacturing plants in Russia, including the refineries. That way you cut off their gas and they actually have to import it rather than creating it, like making it themselves. And you take out their strike capabilities. I think that would be a big enough punch for them to halt their procedures, and also at the same time not being Mike Tyson punching out a 6-year-old. Or is that too harsh?
Yeah, no, I actually said that at the beginning. I said take out some factories. The only problem is it would be a symbolic strike on a bunch of drone factories. You can take them all out, but they can go build them. They could build them it's a warehouse. It's a warehouse where people assemble engines. It could be it's a mechanic shop for drones. So they can make them anywhere. So you would delay their programs. I'm sure there's a place that builds the fuselages. So take that out, and the dies that make the fuselage of the drone. But overall, it would be a symbolic attack on Iran, I suspect. And I no one never said no, and I never accused anyone of wiping a city out, God forbid. But I mean, we're talking about it's installations, and if you think that it's just Hamas and Hezbollah that bury their weapons, it's them too. The Houthis, the Iranians, they all have their things hidden in the sides of mountains, just like Stargate, the movie or the TV show, which was great. They hide all their stuff because they're afraid of the Americans. They're afraid of the Israelis. The response
so to whoever asked what's the proportional response, there's no real proportional response. It's either overwhelming destruction of Iranian capabilities, or it's cherry-picked targets that the Israelis can say we destroyed a bunch of drone factories, but it won't help Ukraine in the long term. In the near term, it'll stop the production of some drones, but I don't think there's a very sophisticated drone program. Do you see what I mean? It's not these aren't really highly technical items, and that's the problem. So yeah, I hope that helps.
Well, I was thinking mainly just to stop Iran from attacking Israel, and then at the same time arming Ukraine to strike back at Russia and take out their stuff, like double their wish list.
So you know what the weird thing is, Iran has an opportunity or an ability to really screw around with the Israeli economy overnight just by Hezbollah. They've given Hezbollah hundreds of thousands of rockets. They can fire 2, 3, 4, 5,000 a day if they want. Now, the cost of that will be the total destruction of most of Lebanon, especially like from the Litani down river. But they can, right? So them doing it, I can't help but agree with Nancy. The more I think about it, Nancy and John even, there's definitely some, Russia's responsible for all of this in the end. I know I said that on October 8th. People thought, no, you're jumping the gun. No, absolutely responsible for the whole damn thing. These people aren't pooping without asking Russia, hey, we're going to poop. Are you good with that? Right? They don't move without them. So the fact that Iran decided we have millions of ways to attack Israel. Now remember, they don't just attack Israel. They blow up Jewish orphanages in Buenos Aires. They murder Jewish tourists in Bulgaria. There have been a couple of successful terror attacks that Iran orchestrated and conducted, but there are thousands that you don't know about because they never happened. They almost happened, but American intelligence, Israeli, British, thwarted a lot of these things. So Iran is not beneath. As a correction, they are beneath. They're not above attacking soft targets in the West. So they could have done a million things, but they wanted to show the world, look, we're emboldened. Russia, Iran, China, North Korea, we're the multipolar universe or whatever stupid nonsense. What is it? Multiverse? Oh, is that a movie? Multiverse? No, it's a Spider-Man thing. Never mind.
Let's go with multiverse. It's okay.
The multiverse, polarity, blah 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 blah. Which is just a funny word of saying a group of dictators working together to suppress their people and bother everyone else on the planet. These guys, this is the angle they're going with, right? So I think this was a message. I think it was definitely with Herr Putin there, and they sat down and said, let's do it right from Iran. We're going to launch a bunch of these stupid rockets. We're going to do this, and this, and we don't care, and no one's going to do anything, because if we do something, we're going to screw up the Middle East with oil, and we got Russia, and Russia's repeated Iran's claims that Iran was only defending itself from attack on a faux diplomatic mission in Syria. For those who don't know, the IRGC generals that were sent to their maker, they were, one of them was intimately involved in the planning for the 7th of October massacre pogrom of Israelis of all stripes. And if they're this, how arrogant or ignorant they are, don't know. They thought that this fella plus his friends could hang around 50 kilometers from the Israeli border, planning more terror attacks, and the Israelis were going to sit there and take it. You obviously don't know enough about Israel, but Israel made sure that they knew enough about them by the time that strike was over. So to declare it an attack on a diplomatic mission is quite rich, quite silly. Sorry, and the Russian talking point that was probably cooked up in the Kremlin, along with pretty much every other crappy idea on the planet, cooked up in the Kremlin walls there. Oh yeah, we'll just say you attacked a diplomatic mission, and when we do our attack, we'll telegraph it, and then as we're doing the attack, we'll actually release a statement to say, by the way, our attack's over. This matter is concluded. I don't know, delusion, denial. I have no idea how. I don't know if everyone was tracking that. The Iranian mission in the United Nations released a communique halfway into the attack saying, "We're done. We won. One and done. No more. Just letting you know it's over. And if you do anything, we're gonna really, it's gonna be double the slap. We're gonna let you destroy twice as many of our drones." Thank you, Iran. Thank you for that showcase of strategic prowess and common sense. So comes from Russia, make no doubt about it. don't let I don't I really it's just it's disparaging, disheartening to hear people here talk about Israel and Ukraine and kind of saying, well, we suck because the whole world sucks as we're not doing that. No, no, don't that is definitely the best thing for Russia. They would love for people to cleave support from one another. We can walk and chew gum at the same time. Nancy, I'd even say the US could fight North Korea, China on one hand, it could have a hot dog in the other hand, and its third hand is fighting helping out Israel. You can't mess or don't underestimate the collective strength of the most advanced countries ever to exist on the planet. And I think that we are pulling our punches, and we're doing it for good reason, because this is how you know we're the good guys, right? We're not if really there is enough will in Poland to do something right now, and in NATO and Americans, everyone is calm, cool, collected. It's dealing with really intransigent children when dealing with the axis of evil. Anyways, I've babbled. I apologize.
Thank you for that. Yeah. Marcus, go ahead.
To an extent, I think we do ourselves a disservice when we habitually pull punches. I think sometimes you should hit back hard. And certainly, look, in this case, it's a different situation. No one in Israel was killed, to my knowledge, by these drones and missiles. So it was successfully all swatted down. That's great. That's cool. What we've seen in Ukraine, however, is that these saturation attacks have a purpose outside of the initial attacks end goals, which was, thing gets launched, thing hits other thing. It's about mapping the responses of the other side and gathering data on a larger scale than we normally have been able to in peer-to-peer conflict, right? So we saw the Russians adapt their strategy on how they attacked Ukrainian sites and learn about approach vectors that were harder to target. And they got better and better at this task. And of course, the task in question is using advanced weapons of war to murder families in their homes while they're sleeping. This has become normalized for the world for some reason. So yesterday, multiple Ukrainians were killed by drones and missiles sleeping in their homes. It just happened over and over again, right? Like every night. And the ones who didn't die only had to deal with air raid alarms for what would normally be their night, sleeping in bathtubs or sleeping in underground parking structures, just in case that those drones or those Swan bombers did in fact launch at their city. So that's just another form of terrorism, right? Israel is constantly under air alerts as well. People in these countries are being terrorized day in, day out by psychopaths. We can't allow this to be a normal state of things, but I've been in rooms recently where people are still of the mind that what we have today is the most we could do, which is a little sad in terms of being aspirational about growth as a person, but also it certainly doesn't reflect the military reality, which is that we certainly can do more, right? As was shown last night. These drones can all be swatted down, right? We refrain from shooting down ballistic weapons that are aimed at Kyiv from Poland, but we don't have to do that. And I think we should more strongly lobby our lawmakers to take steps not to stand back and watch human beings getting bombed by a terrorist regime whose only purpose is to retake a part of Europe that has been a sovereign territory governed by its own people for 30 plus years, right? There's no other reason for Russia to be there. They're not defending anything. They're just hit shit anywhere on the globe, right? If you wanted to, we have the ability to destroy planes, and we have the ability, at the very least, to knock down missiles. But ultimately, he has to kill the source of the drones.
Bull Terrier next. Go ahead, Bull Terrier.
Earlier, Saudi Arabia, and that caught my attention. That the US hesitation about, or dilemma about responding, is to do with, getting Saudi Arabia on board. I mean, I know there's been
No, I don't think it's not about the repairing relationships. Like Israel and Saudi Arabia, it's not, believe that or not. That's the position that they would hold. Has to wave the flag. Plans for normalization. I feel like it's kind of the bigotry only. It's just very much the nature of the Middle East. So the real to Saudi Arabia and attack refineries. It spiked the price of oil. That's the case anymore. But I think, for more cooperation, not that a Jordanian jet didn't do something, but it wasn't. She could do a victory lap just on that alone. Natanz, everything that we know of where it exists, we are going to show it exists. Missile site that we know of to teach them a lesson. And Iran loses its marbles, right? It starts in Lebanon, through Hezbollah, Syria. The Houthis could go attack. Temper tantrum throwing. What we could, we did what we needed to. You know what? Let's talk about normalization with Israel now. Forget about Hamas for now. Let's get one step ahead of the bad guys. Because what they'd like us to do is fight over religion and fight over a piece of
tiny real estate and get all worked up about it. I'm just saying that I'm trying to rationalize or contextualize why he'd even say it, and it can't be to have a poor hand, right? I don't think he's saying it. I want to end up worse off, so let's do something that that doesn't make sense. It's counterintuitive.
Yep, you cut out.
Americans saying, "What can we do to sweeten this pot?" Right? Like what do we do? And it's going to have to be something big. It's going to we know we can destroy anything in Iran. This is best for us in the long run. So just trust us. Of that, I think that just judging by the U.S. administration's comments and reactions, I think that's what they think is the best go here for everyone in the region, including Israel.
It looks like to me the way the administration is going and the government here. Asia. I mean, the whole thing looks like, yeah, it's the axis of evil. But
Yeah.
I'm wondering if something bigger is in the works, and we just don't see it because they don't want us to see it yet.
The U.S. is thinking, let's what's the you can't be almost pregnant, right? Like it's done. Like we're committed. Like power to support them is absolutely ridiculous, right? So why have they not ridiculous? Get the gist of it. No, they definitely probably suspect that the Russians definitely outside of Ukraine to make it that it's no longer they're going to get a reprieve in Ukraine, that they're going to be allowed to retain what they have in Ukraine and possibly even get more retain to respond. It's got to be something really good. or else I can't imagine why they'd even do it. And I don't even know why, or else I can't get that response that they want. But I suspect it has to do with Saudi Arabia. That's my gut. I suspect it has to do with, regional security and peace, and to sideline and ostracize Iran, because right now it's the world for its own deterrence. It needs to make sure that it's a potent force that can deter threats to its existence. It's not like Iran says they want to hurt Israel. They say they want to wipe it off the map. They show maps without it on it. This is you, right? And then we want to build nuclear weapons and blow you up too. So I think it's unfortunate, because I think we forget just the stress and the fear that it causes in Israel, and the cost of being hyper vigilant for generations, like 3 generations of people. So no, I don't. I think everything is by as the axis of evils are trying to take advantage of what they perceive to be Western weakness, and you've got people, maybe more hawks, and both Democrat and Republican hawks in the state, saying we need to. And I think a lot of people are saying we're not using the stick, so no one's listening to us. And the difficulty at the end of the day will be, the fight at the end will be greater if we continue to drag it out. I think that's what the general consensus is. Nancy and John could be wrong though.
Thank you.
Okay, is that okay? Thank you.
They're going to do late night their time into tomorrow. How much do you think they're actually listening to the US and others at the moment with Iran?
Mop the floor with Iran in the Middle East without anyone's help? Yeah, it actually can. It has its own integral arms industry. It has the technical know-how, capability, morale. It's got it all. All right. So there's no doubt. Forces in the Israeli government to say, let's go and destroy Iran's nuclear capability. I don't even think that they think that that's what it means. Okay. To be honest with you, I'm pretty confident they know that they're probably the most bold and daring and technically complicated thing the Israelis have pulled off. And so I don't suspect it's something they're going to take lightly. They're not just going to be like, we're just going to waltz in there, right? So can they do a proportional attack, as we mentioned earlier? Sure. What would that be? Probably attacking munitions, the factories, things that make drones, the launch sites. But these are all mobile anyway, right? They move around. So it's not like they have silos, all right? So they'd be hitting certain things. They'd be hitting off targets of opportunity. Right.